Hey, Louisiana, get ready to multiply your fun because the celebration starts with the new multiplier family of games from the lottery. 5 ways to multiply your winnings, starting with 5 times the cash. Win up to $5,000. The fun continues with 10 times the cash. Win up to $20,000. Turn up the volume and play 20 times the cash. Win up to $100,000. And get ready for a cash blast with 50 times the cash. Win up to $200,000. And the ultimate prize, 100 times the cash. Top prize is a whopping $500,000. Multiply the fun, multiply the cash. Join the fun and play the multiplier family of games from the lottery. Win up to $500,000. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Relax your jaw, refresh your look. Hi, I'm Dr. Brenner Bonnet with Shreveport-Bossier Family Dental Care. November is Botox and TMJ Awareness Month, and Shreveport-Bossier Family Dental has you covered. Whether you're looking to relieve jaw pain or smooth fine lines, we offer Botox treatments designed just for you. Feel better and look your best this holiday season. Book your appointment today at ShreveportBossierDental.com or call now. Shreveport-Bossier Family Dental, where beauty and health meet.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances. Check out the newest LG refrigerator with new mini craft ice straight from the dispenser. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, so many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Now open at King's Crossing next to World Market.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This holiday season, Rachel will get Anna a fabulous faux fur coat. Anna will say Rachel shouldn't have, but Rachel didn't. Because Rachel will only have to spend $75 on a coat Anna thinks costs $200. But then again, it's what she thought that counts. Yes, JCPenney. Higher price $200 reflects comparable national brand. $75 Anna faux fur jacket reg $108. Valid through 12/24. See store or jcp.com for details.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453, brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Numbers way above average. These nighttime low temps, where our daytime highs should be 68 degrees overnight tonight. Partly cloudy Tuesday, mild, 85 degrees. Same for Wednesday, sunshine 85, and then some rain showing up late this week, Thursday, Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Oh, it's me, Rogers Hampton. I'm taking over for Fletcher today. It's me, Fletcher. Ooh, I threw interceptions. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 103.3 FM 1130 The Tiger, 103.3 FM 1420 The Goat in Lafayette. Lovely, lovely Lafayette. From Milan to Minsk, a young girl's journey. My friend got some dirt foot popping and locking into our ears here. That's kind of my favorite Buffalo stance style dance thing there, Rod. I'm a big popper and locker. You know how it is. Except I would do the lock and pop. Yeah. Which, think about it. If you're already locked, how do you pop? That's what made the dance so difficult. Right. And that's why I got the high scores from most of the European judges. That's just me. Fellas, ladies, worms, what I'm telling you right now is that our show is presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Washroom supplies, first aid supplies, and more. Alsco.com, serving the entire state. Did you guys know that you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45?
Hello?
Ed, are you possibly into being a tour guide for Lane Kiffin in Baton Rouge?
We're coming.
Okay, good. Good.
We're coming.
That'll help. That should be a good
And we
sell.
ain't backing down.
Oh, whoa. You're touring them. You're not dueling them. Yo. Mudbugs Hockey. By Cracky, the fellows are coming off a 2-win weekend. They've got another home weekend this weekend, Friday and Saturday. Mudbugs Hockey. They know how to kick a little ice and take some names. Of course, if they had taken my suggestions, Raj, in the Name the Team contest way back when, we would have the Shreveport Ice Holes or the Shreveport Ice Skeeters with a mosquito as our mascot. And you all are now thinking, wow, thank goodness they didn't listen to you. Did you know you can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line? 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Live Oak Environmental. Raj, I don't know if you're aware of this. We got a Live Oak dumpster over here on this side of the building. And usually, you wouldn't like me when I'm green, but I like it when I see the Live Oak green out there. That's a good look. That actually, I think, increased the property value of our radio ranch here. Oh, yeah. Whatever. Live Oak Environmental. Buddy, if your dumpster service doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that's just trash. And you can make switches. You can move it on over to Live Oak by just calling the Walters crew, 318-230-7125, liveoakenv.com. Dude, get better service. Save some bucks. Support local. Live Oak Environmental. Text line number 318-GUY-PILE. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Christmas is just around the corner. What's that back there? Yep, that's Christmas. Well, guess what? Sports World is ready to take you on. Sports World, get your Christmas shopping done there for every athlete in your family, every coach, every fan. Hey, soccer season's on the way, right? It gets about 30 degrees at the peak of soccer season. You're going to need stadium blankets. You're going to need places to sit because you don't want to put your fanny. I got a wet fanny. You don't want to put your fanny on those cold bleachers.
Talk about a coach.
Exactly. Let's go back to Paul Maneri. I've got a wet fanny. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. And for those that don't know what we're talking about, years ago when Paul Maneri was the LSU baseball coach, I always liked Paul. He was awesome. Jacques Doucette had him either mic'd up or the mics were hot, and it had been a rain delay at one of the regionals, as always, back in those days. And there was a tent set up for the press conference and stuff. And as Paul is sitting down, his chair still had water in it. He sat down and he said into the mic, I got a wet fanny. And he sounded just like that. And so we've enjoyed the wet fanny for a long, long time. Exactly. So, anywho, we're on the social media because we're cool and hip like that. We're on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at AHester32. If you're trying to get on X this morning, you're probably finally realizing that, what happened? There seems to be something wrong with a Dallas internet junction or whatever for Cloudflare for websites, at least for coming from here. We cannot get on X this morning, nor can we get on PFF this morning. Both share Cloudflare, I guess, web services or whatever, as opposed to AWS. But typically, we're on the X. We're also on TikTok and Instagram and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. We stream the show with live video on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page, Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel, and typically on X at Fletcher Show on X. And after the show, you guys can probably see, in the video, how cut and buff I am. I look like a swimmer. I kind of have that Michael Phelps body, Raj, real taut and V-shaped. Especially if I stand on my head. It's a really
what really sends it home for me is if you've seen that recent Geico commercial where he's in the middle of the art room and they're all painting his character.
Yeah.
You're that.
I kind of look like the guy.
The lady that went nuts and made him all buffed.
Yeah.
That, from you up, waist up.
Right.
If it didn't have a lizard's head in that commercial, I would think it was Tim Fletcher.
Thank you, Rogers. We upload, this is how we have these bodies, though. We upload each hour individually. These things weigh at least 30, 40 pounds every hour of radio. Think about it. We lift it over our head, and then we have to shove it through the ceiling here to get it into the clouds. Buddy, as Talia said to us yesterday, Rog, win. Oh, how you doing? Hey, Adrian. Push, Rogers. We got to get it up in the ceiling. Oh, my gosh. There's another hour to go, Rogers. Hey. Let's go run on the beach.
Yeah, I'm going to outrace that.
Yeah. Guy that looks like an NFL running back. I used to pack meat. Hey, now. So, anywho. Woohoo. 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 Got the vapors. So we upload each hour individually, so that you can download later wherever you get your podcast from. And that's all I got to say about that. Time now for your SEC update. And buddy, old pal of mine, are you asking any of these questions whatsoever, or do these questions resonate with you? Do I have enough money to retire? No. Am I ready to retire? Am I prepared to retire? No and no, no, no. Will I always be able to manage my investments? I would like to be able to, yeah. Am I ready to listen to the advice of a trusted professional financial advisor, a friend you can trust? Yeah, 100%. That's what Bo Harris Wealth Management is all about. If those questions resonate with you, now is the time to call Bo Harris, 318-670-3101. 318-670-3101. Bringing you SEC Update. Your football players of the week. Hey, it's former UL Monroe standout, Ahmad Hardy, who is just churning and burning up in Columbus, Mo, for the Missouri Tigers. I hate those guys. Hardy had his the sixth 300-yard rushing game in SEC history in the 49-27 win over Mississippi State. He ran for exactly 300 yards. Well, really. Little heavy on the pencil there, Missouri stat keepers. Oh, yeah. Let's give him 1.5 yards on that one as opposed to a yard. And they'll give him another half yard here. Hey, look at there, 300 yards. 25 carries, 12 yards per carry. 146 of his rushing yards, which is almost 50%. Came little yak, Rogers. Yards after contact. He forced 8 missed tackles. On 10 of his 25 runs, he converted first downs. He had gains of 72, 43, 34, 22, and 21 yards, with touchdown runs coming on the 72, 43-yarder as well and a 10-yard one. It was his 7th 100-yard rushing game of the season, and the 300 yards was the second most in a single game in school history. And remember, even though it's only the 6th 300-yard rushing game in SEC history, I assume the other 300-yard game for Mizzou came back when they were in the Big 8 or Big 12. Kawan Lacey of Ole Miss. How bad is it that you run for 300 yards and you don't even get to win the award by yourself? Like, dude, step off. George? He ran for 224. I'm like, what's the big difference here? One ran for 300, one ran for 224. Go with the 300 guy. Sparta did. Exactly. Lacey ran for 224 and 31 carries, or 31 carries. Didn't they play nobody this week? Ole Miss? No, they played Florida, wasn't it? Oh, that's right. Yeah, sort of nobody. Yeah. By the way, Lacey's that was his 17th, 18th, and 19th rushing touchdowns of the year, which breaks Quinshon Judkins' Ole Miss single-season record of 16 rushing touchdowns. He also has broken the Ole Miss single-season all-purpose touchdown record of 17 touchdowns, set 4 times by Quinshon Judkins in 2 back-to-back years, Brandon Bolden in 2010, and Deuce McAllister in 2000. Defensive Player of the Week is Eli Bowen of Oklahoma and Toriano Pride Jr. of Mizzou, both members of the secondary for their respective squads. Bowen returned a pick for a touchdown and had a season-high 5 tackles, all solo, in Oklahoma's 23-21 road win over Bama. And Pride had a 19-yard pick six with 5:47 remaining in the third quarter that sealed the win. He also had 3 total tackles, 1.5 for a loss, and a pass BU. A little pass breakup. And that, my friends, is your SEC Offensive and Defensive Player of the Week. Winners. The SEC Update is a paid advertisement provided by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Give him a call, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris, located downtown Shreveport. Downtown, 223 Fannin Street. BoHarrisWM.com. From way downtown, bang! Good morning. Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, how the HE double hockey sticks are you doing?
Hey, boy, happy 2 for Tech Tuesday. Double dipping again on the Tech of Tuesday.
Ding.
And the coaches' conversations continue too.
As a matter of fact, we get going with that in just a sec.
We do.
Of course, Lane Kiffin news from LSU and all that rigmarole. We'll get into that as the morning wears on. Monday Night Football last night, the Cowboys looked good, but it was the Raiders, so how good can you? Doesn't everybody look good against the Raiders?
Yeah, they're 4-1 against teams under 500, 0-4-1 against teams over. So
that
that's what I
tells the
look
story.
at.
Right.
Yes, absolutely,
right,
my brother.
Right. Geno Smith is completely washed.
And I guess he gave his last few good years up in Seattle.
Yeah, pretty much.
And hopefully that Pete was going to carry it over, but
nope.
It looks like it's turned out to be the wrong move.
And, of course, wearing number 7 last night. And if you saw Woodlawn's Donovan Wilson make a tackle, that would be 6'7", you know. You'd see.
Because it didn't either way.
Donovan Wilson
at
number 6 with tackle number 7, so a little 6'7" there.
A little 6'7" going on.
A little 6'7".
And he got real squitchy scratchy last night, too.
Exactly. You know, and if people wonder just how in tune with the teenagers is Tim Fletcher and Rogers Hampton, just know that Donovan Wilson, when he would tackle Geno Smith, it was 6'7". And Rogers, what I'm hoping happens is that people will realize the ridiculousness of 6'7", especially when a 60-year-old Neanderthal says it, and just put it to rest.
If sucker don't want no help, sucker don't get no help.
Don't get no help. My goal is to make 6'7" so unhip that the kids will move on to something else. It's got to start somewhere, Raj. Why not with us? There you go. Well, kids, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. And I mean this with everything I've got. They're awesome dudes. And they're really nice people. Nice ladies. And they have got so many wonderful things for you for Christmas time. Whether you're a fan, a parent of an athlete, a coach, wife of a coach, husband of a coach, doesn't matter. They've got something to make your athletic world better. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. And they'll even play the pan flute for you. They will. Every now and then. Every now and then you go in like, Jack, is that the pan flute you got back there in the office I hear? And you'll hear a little, what was it, Rod? Do we have Jack? So, tell you, Jack, multi-talented. 6:16 the time. When we come back, we begin our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations with old Double D, Dennis Dunn, and the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins. That's all coming up in just 3 minutes, right here on 1130 The Tiger, 1420 The Goat.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Look alive, Stu Prune, Coach McCoacherson here for Sports World, letting you know whatever football equipment you need right now, they got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been taking care of football players for 50 years. 50 years! Do you know how hard it is to find a 50-year-old football player right now? They can find one for you at Sports World. Looking for a chin strap? They got it. Need some shoelaces? They got it. You need some Gatorade gum? They still make that? I think they got it. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
In the studio with Daniel Lynch, our 1130 The Tiger lawn and fence industry ace. Tell us more about the idea of relationship building. This sounds more like a generational company, not an annual company.
We've been in the community for a long time. I grew up in this community. I try to invest back into it. And so we're not here really just to sell you a fence. We want to build something in your backyard that's going to be great and you're going to be proud of. But we want to build a relationship with you because we are in this community to help people, not just to sell fences.
That doesn't just mean individuals. You're talking about businesses too, right?
Right, yeah. So we are commercial and residential. We're about a 50-50 split on that. We do take care of a lot of businesses, a lot of job sites, things of that nature. But not only that, but we do work with the residential industry as well. And we take care of everybody. That's what we're about. We're building relationships in the community and keeping everything you got safe and taken care of.
Learn more about this industry ace at lynch's.lawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Good morning, everybody. 6:19 is the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton coming to you live. Friends of ours over at Alsco, the presenting sponsor, alsco.com. 636-0404. Laundry services, first aid services, and workwear. 318-636-0404. Of course, the early riser portion of our program brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. And don't forget, get your dry cleaning dropped off at Porter's before 9 this morning, so it will be ready for you by 5 this evening. In by 9, out by 5. A 1 and a 2. And here we go to the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for our first Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation of the day, brought to you by Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture at 814 Shreveport Barksdale. It's good old Double D, Dennis Dunn, head coach of the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Fletch. How are you?
I'm fine, man. How was the weekend without a game on tap?
Well, we had a so what, now what kind of week. What does that mean? Well, you're 10-0, so what? Now what? And I just talked to the kids about success demanding a response. And you know, success can go one of two ways. You get satisfied and get complacent, or you stay humble and hungry and continue to get better. And the focus has been every day, do I get better or I get worse? Because I never stay the same. So I think keeping that mindset at the forefront, continuing to work the little things and focus on the little things that got us here is and has been the focus all year, but it was accentuated this week. It's going back to some fundamentals and basics and working some scenarios in practice that we talked about last week we would do. So I think it was a very productive week.
How much did the week go as far as the preparation for your opponent? Was it, we do a little bit on DeRitter, we'll do a little bit on Eunice and hope we got it right if we did more on the other, or did you wait until Friday night? Okay, DeRitter's the winner. Let's take a look at some film now.
Well, I think the focus, like we said, was on North DeSoto and making sure that we were fundamentally sound in the little things and all the blocking and tackling and you know, the concepts that we're working both in the run game and in the pass game. Are we executing like we need to be at this stage of the season? And defensively, you know, the coaches went back to, all right, let's do a bunch of tackling circuit, you know, situations so that we can. Obviously, if you don't block and tackle, you don't win. So a lot of that was taken care of. But we did look at, we had film on both and looked at both. But I think we kind of had an idea that maybe DeRitter would win the game because they were at home. So maybe we peeked at them a little bit more, not too much, but they're a very sound football team. We played them 2 years ago. I think they're much better than they were 2 years ago. So going to be a fun night. Glad we're playing football this Friday night.
As far as just the mission here, the mission is to win 4 more games for this team, to go 14-0 and have the pictures on the dome floor. What's the way that you get that mission across to your kids nowadays? Is it, you know, guys, we're going to the dome, or here's what we've got to do to go to the dome? What's the mantra, in other words, I guess, at this point, Dennis?
Well, you know, I think it's intrinsic. I mean, I think it's something that these kids live and breathe daily and have for a number of years. I mean, these freshmen, these seniors were freshmen when they walked out there and didn't complete the task, you know, 3 years ago. So I think it's something that they've lived and breathed and decided they wanted to attempt again. And nothing's guaranteed. That's what they know. I mean, it's sudden death time. I mean, you slip up one Friday night, it's done. So we've talked about some of the things that hindered us over the last 3 years, and you and I've talked about it for, you know, in big games coming up. Well, you got to protect the football. You got to win the turnover battle. All those things in an evenly matched game is the difference. So those are things you work on. You don't overemphasize it, because what I've found is if you talk about it too much, then that you say, don't fumble. Well, what do? They fumble. So we just work on ball security, and we don't say don't fumble. Just hold on to the football. It's going to be important. You know, protect the ball. It's going to be important. Luke, you don't have to go with your first read. Make sure that you're protecting the football. And I think he's done an outstanding job with that. The best year he's had in terms of, you know, not making errant throws, just really, you know, extending plays with his feet and making good decisions with the football. And those are the things that we've you know, and I think defensively our coaches have really done a nice job of working punch-out drills with, you know, trying to create turnovers and fumbles And those are things you work on in practice, and you can do. And boy, we had a big one in the Loyola game where Hayden Bell punched the ball out and we got a big turnover. So that was something that didn't just happen. That gets worked on in practice.
Dennis Dunn joining us here on the Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. As the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins had a bye last week, the benefit of being the number 1 seed overall in the non-select Division II. The seedings are set up for the 1 and 2 seed to meet in the championship. That's, what you have seeds for and all that good stuff. So the expectations certainly are there. Parents, faculty, alumni, former team members, and all that good stuff fully expect this team to make a run. As the head coach, what is it about the way these guys have played all year long? The consistency, I guess, is what I'm asking, Dennis. What is the thing they have done consistently well on the field, not just in practice, but when the lights are shining on Thursdays and Friday nights? What is the common denominator when North DeSoto has success?
Well, I think it's when nobody was there in the summer, and all those times they were together as brothers, sweating and bleeding and working when the stands were empty. That's what is the fruit of what we're experiencing right now. You don't win championships starting in August. I mean, championships are won over time with what you do when nobody's in the stands. And continuing, that's what I said when, just the beginning of the conversation this morning. Every day, one of two things is happening. We're either getting better or we're getting worse. We're not staying the same. So the question every day I look at the guys in the eyes every day when we finish. I said, you have to go look yourself in the mirror, because only you know, did I get better today or did I get worse? Because I know Coach told me I didn't stay the same. So that has been the mantra since this off season started, really since we started this thing, and our guys have bought into that, and they understand that now's the time that we don't let anything slip. Is there paper on the locker room floor? I mean, they look at me like I'm crazy when I say, somebody left a piece of paper on the bathroom floor. All that little stuff matters, and is their locker clean when they leave? So it impacts the culture. So everything we do is being looked at with a microscope right now. I tell them all the time, you're in a fishbowl, and everything you do is being watched. So our choices, every choice we make, every decision we make on and off the field impacts all of us for a lifetime. So, we talk about making those good choices, because those are the things down the road that when they get into life, it's going to matter. All the little things matter. So that's what we've been harping on this week, but it's no different than any other week.
Sometimes a moment can be too big for professional athletes. Sometimes a moment can be too big for collegiate athletes. So, of course, the moment can be too much for a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kid to be able to handle as well when the spotlight's shining so bright. And maybe all of a sudden things don't start going well for them. Texas A&M's down 30-3 at the half the other night at home, with their playoff hopes kind of staring them in the face, and everything that they've been looking for. The old battered Aggie syndrome was starting to kind of rear its ugly head. And so it was like maybe the kids that were wearing, maroon and white, it was too much for them. But then, of course, they had the big rally. What is it about your kids that, how much do you preach to those seniors, to those starters, the guys that have been around for a while, Luke and Kenny in particular, to not let the moment get too big for them, to just somehow or another be the same that they have been, even though you and everyone else knows that the stakes are so much higher, as you mentioned. It's win or go home, loser leaves town.
Yeah.
How do you get that across to them to play their game without letting the moment overtake them?
Well, you're bringing all the cliches out for me this morning. I say all the time, be in the moment. Don't let the moment be in you. Failure's only final if you quit. I mean, we're going to make mistakes, but make the mistake, go on full speed, play the next play. All those things are important in big moments, but I think these guys have had enough experience. I mean, you think, again, Luke's, he had his 50th start last night. This will be his 51st start. I mean, he has all of that filed away, in big moments. He's been in a lot of big games, big moments. And I think that's been the maturity of him and the rest of the team he's brought along in big moments, do big moment things. And that's what he's done. I mean, every big game, he responds with ability. He's just had the responsibility of, all right, I'm going to make something happen in this moment. I'm not going to force something. I'm going to make something happen. And I think he's relied on his experience. I mean, he looks back in the Dome his freshman year, he threw 4 interceptions. That's something that's sitting there in the recesses of his mind, and he learned from it, and he's grown from it, and he didn't quit because of failure. He's determined, all right, give me another shot, and I'm going to show people that stage is not too big for me. So a lot of football to play before then, and my prayer for him is that he gets that opportunity.
Dennis Dunn, head coach of the North DeSoto Fighting Griffins. They host DeRidder tonight in Stonewall, and it should be an absolutely rock concert type atmosphere for this one. It's the regional round of the non-select Division II postseason play. North DeSoto has knocked on the door before. They have been on the sidewalk before. Can they get inside the championship house this weekend or this year? It all starts this weekend, Friday night in North DeSoto. Dennis, certainly wish nothing but the best for your boys. And they all come out of this healthy, and I sure hope we're calling you Friday night after the show and talking about that quarterfinal matchup next week.
Appreciate it, Fletch.
Thank you, Dennis.
Look forward to it.
You bet, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Skent-N-Dent. Why in the world would you go buy appliances at a big box store? Roger, what were we watching Prices Right the other day? Had a washer dryer combo that was like $3,800 or whatever. And I'm like, is there a person inside there? Are we paying them a monthly? Is that like a month? Yeah. Are they in there just scrubbing things? Are they like with a hair dryer blowing our clothes dry? Well, what's going on in there? $3,800 for a washer and dryer? Look, man, this ain't going in the Museum of Natural History. I just wanted to clean my clothes and dry them. You can go to Skent-N-Dent, and you'll find a wonderful washing machine and a dryer for about 40% of that. Oh, no. About 20% of that cost. Just a regular washer and dryer at a big box store. You'll save up to 50% over at Skent-N-Dent. And here's the deal. It's the same stinging machine. Same parts, same everything, except Skent-N-Dent may have a little scratch here. Not so much here, but here. A little bit of a little dent there. I've got a dent, Rogers. It's in my heart. I've got a dent in my heart because I know that somebody is going to go out there and go to Winton, spend too much money as opposed to Skent-N-Dent and save. So that dents my heart. Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport Barksdale. Sometimes Rogers and I do a show just for each other. We've been together since 1983. Roger, you've outlasted 2 marriages. Yeah. What the heck? Holy moly. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pro since 73.
And
yes,
that's
sir.
with about everybody I know. Either divorced or dead. That's how it's getting.
Yeah. The Ross Keller of everything here. Here we go.
Could I be wearing more clothes? No, I can feel it. Yesterday when I tried to grab your headset, woke up today with that little spot I told you was a twinge.
Yep.
Today it's a twerk.
There you go. And for those kids at home, yes, Rogers is big in the twerking. Big in the twerking. We're going to make that uncool as well, Raj. You know, we're going back to the Puritan ways. Everyone covered up till their ankles. When we return, we've got an LSU update, and I have a feeling you probably know where it's going to be centered. That's all coming up. Our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Thanks as well to our friends over at Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, empowering people through the power of work. 6 job centers covering 26 parishes from Ellick all the way to the Arkansas border. In every community you find Goodwill, there is good being done, whether it's through the closed donor program where you go out there and, of course, if you donate, you're getting a tax write-off and all that good stuff. But for those that are looking for clothing, need the clothing, that's so awesome that Goodwill is there for you. And, you can find some really good buys there, too. Our friend Ruben next door has bought basically every VHS tape that he can find at every Goodwill location under the sun because he's a maniac. And so that's going on. But they also help so many people behind the scenes, whether it's GED, retail certification, GCS, Learn Free, independent living for foster youth, and so much more. They are truly unsung heroes in our community, and that's why we are proud to have Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana as our sponsor of the Unsung Hero on Friday nights on Friday Football Frenzy. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana.
It's time. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland.
Will have its final episode of the season this Friday night. Man, Doug is going to be mad at me. And we'll be back right after this. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World. We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway. If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber, with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, boys and girls. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. We're coming to you live. Our friends over at Alsco supporting the show as a presenting sponsor of uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. 636-0404 at Alsco.com. The early riser portion of our show, Foster Brooks, is brought to you by the wonderful human beings at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Jack and his crew are awesome, and they would love to have you come by and shop for your athlete, your coach, your fan. That's Sports World. Time now for an LSU update, and it's brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. RiverCitiesLighting.com, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. So, I don't know if you guys have heard this or not, but apparently, according to the Advocate and several other sources, I believe our buddy Michael Cobble was hanging around a hangar yesterday. That stage 2, got a stage 2 hangar over here. Because LSU apparently sent a private jet, swanky, to pick up Lane Kiffin's family in Oxford to bring them back to Baton Rouge for a tour of the city. And my first thought, Rogers, was a tour of Baton Rouge? Okay, there's a crap hole. There's a crap hole. There's traffic. That's a horrible part of town. That's a horrible part of town. Here's more traffic. Here's more traffic. Okay, there's Mike the Tiger. Okay, there's walk-ons, and there you go. That's all you need. Like, well, what are we doing here? Taking them a tour of Baton Rouge? Really? Are we sure about that, or were we going house hunting? Just say what it was. They weren't touring Baton Rouge to see the sights of Baton Rouge. Yeah, just Google map it. Right, Rogers. I'm going to go Baton Rouge, Wikipedia. Nicest area. Let's go there. So that was yesterday. Well, apparently the fine folks in Florida, in Gainesville, had the same idea on Sunday. And so they brought him into Gainesville, and I've been to Gainesville. And so I'm sure the tour went pretty much like, that's a crappy spot. That's a terrible spot. That's a horrible part of town. You don't want to go anywhere near there. Traffic's a mess. It's hot down here all the time. Yeah, those are Gators. And there's our outdated stadium. And there's no walk-ons that I know of. So, now, obviously something's going on. They are obviously hopping on a plane and heading to Baton Rouge and Gainesville for a reason. I still am holding on, and I will gladly wear the egg on my face. The yoke will be on me if Lane Kiffin shows up as the head coach of LSU or Florida. I think that, much like Gaylord Fokker, I think that he is trying to milk this thing. I think that he is trying to milk this because he can. Exactly. Salary going to where? Salary say what? Athletic director say what? New phone, who dis? Nope, not enough. Keep going. Yodelity, 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 who? That's what happens. Kirby Smart's the highest paid coach in college football, I believe, at $13.2 million, per year. Before this is all said and done, Lane Kiffin will be the highest paid coach in college football. Will it be in Baton Rouge? Will it be at LSU in Gainesville, or will it be in Oxford? It sure seems weird to me, Rogers, that it wasn't that long ago when you had the governor of the state of our fair state here say that he wanted to do something different about contracts and eliminate the high salaries and make them incentive-based and enough of those high buyouts and all that good stuff. Well, how are you going to do that if you're going to pay a guy enough to be the highest paid coach in the country, which is what it's going to take to get Lane Kiffin away from Oxford? So what are we doing here? Are we going to continue down the same path? And that's fine. If that's what you want to do. Hell, it ain't my money, man. And it's not taxpayer money. It's money out of the fat cat's pockets. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Lady Lover Lane. So the whole kit and caboodle thing here is, hey, man, knock your socks off, man. If that's what you want to do. But let's maybe strike it and reverse the whole we're going to change college football contracts. You don't go flying Lane Kiffin's family in if you're going to offer him a contract for $1 million and then $500,000 for every win. He'd be an idiot to do something like that. And one thing I think that we can all agree about Lane Kiffin, he ain't no idiot. So And apparently, according to many people, I think Bruce McMurphy, sources, reported yesterday that Ole Miss has given him a deadline before the Egg Bowl, which is not this Friday, but next Friday. I think it's a Friday game. I think it's Black Friday or the Saturday after Thanksgiving. I think it's Friday. But he has to decide before the Egg Bowl game, are you going to go to Florida? Are you going to go to LSU? Or are you going to stay here? And so that is what's going on. And so multiple reports yesterday indicated that President Roos, Athletic Director Verge Osbury, and obviously the governor's blessing as well, have said, whatever it takes, this is what we're going after. Lane Kiffin is the target for LSU based on numerous reports. And according to, once again, sources and other materials, after if Kiffin says, no, I want to stay here and no coach for you. I stay in Oxford where I am the comma denominator. They call me the Oxford comma denominator. That's for all you English majors out there. Next up on the list is Eli Drinkwitz and Josh Heupel with Sumrall and Tulane on the back burner. And that's your LSU update. And I don't know, Raj. I don't know.
Well, I think how they're going to skirt this big salary issue is, I think most of the retailers in the Baton Rouge area have agreed to give gift cards to their businesses. And that will be the deciding bonus for that the Kiffin family can go anywhere in Baton Rouge.
So they're
and they
selling
will have
gift cards like baseball teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That makes
And
sense.
worst comes to worst, like the old school Lauren had to do at ECA, you sold the little gift card where you could get 10% off at Sonic.
Sure.
15 off at Wendy's.
Give them something in return.
Add all that up together, that's enough of a bonus to take care of itself right there without actual dollars having to be exchanged.
You got that right. Your LSU updates brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, bringing bright ideas to people every day. Kevin, Brian, his crew, Lori, Heather, Courtney, and more with light fixtures for inside the house, whether it's for a beautiful brand new dining room that you've redone, or maybe it's to illuminate all that beautiful wallpaper on the ceiling, or wherever you have your beautiful wallpaper purchased from. River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery. They've got wallpaper, they've got rugs, they've got lights, so many lights. Cookie Man on the Live Oak Environmental text line. So Kiffin's family signed up for a timeshare trip to Baton Rouge and Gainesville, kind of like going to Branson for a one-night stay for free. All you have to do is sit through a 2-hour presentation. Not a bad idea. Shankenstein says, I turned on the AM radio this morning, and the first words I hear are, I got a wet fanny. Hey now, back at you, Shankenstein. And barely moving on Monday Night Football. We know the Raiders are absolute trash, but I think the national media forgot just how good Dak and company can be with a healthy offense. We'll get into that as well as more on Lane Kiffin. But first, we've got more Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. We got another coach that the show goes on. Show goes on. The Manny Tigers punched their ticket into round 2, Brute, of the postseason play. We'll get into that. Hey, I want you to eat lightning and crab thunder. Hey, right, hey. I don't know, Mick. That sounds like I'm going to have to go see the proctologist later if I do that. They make a balm for that or anything? Yeah, Mick. I don't use a balm. Can't say balm on an airplane, can you, Mick? Huh? You'll rock you to tomorrow, Naki. Hey, for Casey's Chickens. Yeah, yo, Adrian. Don't want one. It's almost as if Rocky was a beetle now when I'm doing it. Hey, let it be. Let it be. Like Telly Savalas. Kind of walking and talking his way through songs back in the 70s. What's the radio host talking about? I think he's lost. Completely lost his way. Rogers probably needs to go to a break. When we come back, we've got more of the Tim Fletcher Show. It's all brought to you by Alsco and Alsco.com. Washroom supplies, floor care, laundry services, and so much more. All right. When we return, Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations. And then, Roger, it really is. It's not a hassle whatsoever to talk to this next fellow right after this.
Everyone's broken a phone, but not just anybody can fix one. Don't trust your phone to a fly-by-night shop. And don't try to fix it yourself. Let the experts at Batteries Plus keep you connected by replacing your screen, repairing your phone, or replacing the battery for you. Walk in anytime or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select innovative appliances like GE Profile. Add a touch of ease to your holiday with the all-in-one combo to wash and dry your laundry in one machine. And refrigerators with built-in convenient features like the dual dispense auto-fill water pitcher. Shop Black Friday savings on select GE Profile appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down big rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like big rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers Hampton is here. It's 6:53, as the kids sing. The early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professionals. Since 73, that's 52 years they've been taking care of folks' uniform business. And don't forget, they've got so many bats, so many gloves. Buddy, if you've got a travel baller on your hands, big baller shot caller, they've got it for you at Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Thanks again to Alsco and Alsco.com, first aid services and workwear and more. And thanks as well to our buddies over at Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Go Landers.com. Buddy, when it comes to absolutely making you one of those deals that's like, are we sure we're getting it this price? I think the sales guy might be a little off his rocker. Hurry, agree to it. Let's get this thing and go. I mean, it's not stealing, but it's going to feel pretty good when you walk out of there, because look at all the happy faces you see. Driving into 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220. And driving out of there in a beautiful brand new Chrysler Pacifica, a beautiful brand new Jeep Gladiator, a hard-working Ram pick-em-up truck, maybe even one of those juiced-up Dodge Chargers. Every one of them has a Landers deal on it. Every one of them has a Landers steal on it, basically. It's going to feel that way. Good people doing good things all around the community as well. That's what they do at Landers. 2701 Benton Road, Bossier City, Louisiana. Go see Trey, go see Denny, go see Steve and the entire crew. And find out why. If it doesn't come from Landers, you're probably paying too much. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation, your head coach of the Manny Tigers. It's good old Tyler Hassell. Hey, Tyler, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, Fletch.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Huge win for our program. A step in the right direction.
Good. So you could say that again. A 35-27 win over your district brethren, the Red River Bulldogs, who earlier in the season had kind of laid it on you, 34-6. What was the biggest difference, obviously, besides the scoreboard, in the 34-6 loss in the regular season at their place and the 35-27 win in the playoffs at your place?
Yeah, it just came down to execution, plain and simple. I mean, I felt like we executed our offense. We sustained drives, and then defensively, we got after the quarterback. We had a great night. Peyton Hyden had 5 sacks on the night, so we got after the quarterback, got him off his spot, made it difficult for those guys.
5 sacks. What was different about either the protection or the pursuit this time around compared to just 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, we had one of our players out, Caden Williams, the first time we played, and he got him back and got him in the rotation. And we saw a few things on film that we wanted to change, and we kind of just wanted to go back to our identity and do what we do. So we in week 8, we kind of manipulated our defense, tried out a few things here and there, and basically we went back to our identity, rushing the passer, playing some man coverage behind it, and just getting after it.
Tyler, this is such a big deal because the program obviously went through some darker days after Jess left and the state championships and all that good stuff, and over last year. Left a bad taste in the kids' mouths that came back, obviously, and they wanted to make things different. The community wanted to make things different. I know this isn't necessarily a ticket punch to where you once were, but how close are you to bridging that gap that was there between the glory days and where you want this program to be? How big was this game in making that connection?
Yeah, the game was a huge game for our program. It's a huge step in the right direction. And no, we're not exactly where we desire to be at, but as long as there's progress and growth, we're very happy with that. You know, to say that going into this season with 11-game losing streak and to be sitting at 6-5 in the second round of the playoffs, I mean, it's a huge step in the right direction. It's getting the train right back on the tracks, and we look to build upon this and continue playing late in this playoff run. We're not done yet. We're trying to continue to play on Thanksgiving week.
The way that your kids responded, also the way the community responded. What was the atmosphere like on Friday night in Sabine Parish?
Yeah, it's just like I've said here multiple times. If you've never been to a ball game in Sabine Parish, you've got to come check one out. Fireworks, motorcycles, the fans, people on the track. It's just a cool small town football environment. You got to come check it out. And when it's playoff time, it gets even bigger and better. So the fireworks were amped up. Obviously, you know, when you have a fireworks show that lasts for about 2.5 minutes and it's as wide as the visitor stands, it puts on a big production. And our community just supports that. That's what they look forward to every Friday night. And I'm so thankful to be back in Sabine Parish where they love their football.
That they do, buddy. Well, let's see. Next up, taking on the big bad St. James crew, who certainly has known some postseason success in their history, for Pete's sake. It's a road trip down there. They're coming off a bye week, so no news is good news from their aspect of things, I suppose. But as far as what you know about St. James, can you give a little bit of a thumbnail sketch on what we should expect?
Yeah, St. James is a staple program in Division III and, 3A school, 2A school. They've always been around. It's been a staple for the past, 25 years. It always seems like St. James is playing deep into the playoffs, and there's a reason for that. They're well coached. They're athletic. They've got several receivers that can go and quarterback that can push the ball down the field. Defensively, inside the box, they're very, very sound. They're always where they're supposed to be at. They don't ever seem to be out of position, and they play extremely hard. They're battle tested, playing the St. Charles Catholics and Archbishop Shaw's and all these other teams that they have in that region down there, Terrebonne and people like that. I mean, they're battle tested. These guys are prepared to play deep into the playoffs, and we have to go down to their place and try to steal a game from them.
What is the area of most concern about this game for you?
I think it's just the athletics. I think they're very, very athletic. I think they move well. They play well in space. And then on top of that too, defensively, like I said, they don't get out of position. those guys are exactly where they're supposed to be at, and you can tell they take pride in stopping the run, and they're always in position. So we're gonna have to stay on top of our blocks, and we're gonna have to cover a little bit longer than we're normally used to covering, because that quarterback can push the ball down the field. On top of that, the receivers can have a little wiggle about them, and they can get away from coverage as well.
A little bit different, obviously, than what you're probably accustomed to, but is there anybody on the schedule that you've played that gives you some kind of like, there's a little bit of similarity between these guys and St. James?
Yeah, I think Red River is a good game to prep for St. James. I think that was a great test. The styles match up very, very well. So yeah, I think Red River was a good prep for us to play St. James along the way. The styles are very, very similar. And then it just comes down to what we do. Can we execute? Can we do the little things right like we did last week? Can we extend those drives? Can we get the big stops on 3rd and 4th down? So I'm looking forward to this matchup. You always want to go against one of these programs like St. James, and you want to see where your program matches up at that time. And like I said, we're trying to take a big step forward. We're trying to get this train right back on the tracks, and I'm looking forward to see where our Manny crew's at right now and where we match up against St. James.
And what's the travel situation when we guys embark? Friday, you're heading down like what, 10, 11, noon? Yeah,
we'll head out about 10 o'clock. We'll make a pit stop down there in Baton Rouge. We always tend when we get down there to eat at a TJ Ribs.
There you go.
We always make a stop and feed the boys well down there. So we get a little stop there, and then we get back on the road. It'll be another about an hour to get to Vacherie. And we plan to get there about 4:30, unload the bus, stretch our legs, set up a sideline, and just get in normal game routine. We try to keep everything, whether we're on the road or at home, at the same timing, so the kids are accustomed to what we do every game day. So looking forward to that trip down there. I know the stands we pack down there, they love their football just as much as our Manny crew does.
Last thing here, Tyler Hassell, how excited are you as a first-year head coach at a program that you certainly have been through the ringer with in many, many good ways? How exciting is this for you just from, man, not too many people get an opportunity to do this kind of stuff?
I'm pumped up. I mean, I expressed to our kids that you play in a 32-team bracket, and obviously there's 4 that have buys, and I said we're in the top 16. You've solidified yourself into being in the top 16. You have advanced another round, and we're so blessed to be in this situation. There's people that would love to trade places with you. I told our kids that I came in Saturday morning and I enjoyed waking up bright and early Saturday morning. Probably didn't get in bed till 2 a.m. Friday night and woke up at 7 o'clock, jumped out of bed. Our coaches were ready to come into work and get after it Saturday morning. We came back in Sunday, worked Sunday afternoon. That's a testament to my coaching staff and how much hard work they put in. And we were looking forward to coming out on Monday, and our kids were excited about being at practice on Monday. So, I mean, we're so blessed to be in this situation. We don't take it for granted by any means, and we want to try to advance to not be the top 16. We want to advance to try to get into the top 8. So that's what we're looking for, trying to get a win on Friday.
If you do, you're practicing Thanksgiving week, the absolute benchmark of it's been a heck of a good season, buddy. And Manny is 48 minutes of really good football away from achieving that goal and then some. And then it becomes, why not? Let's keep on trucking, buddy. The Manny Tigers, bringing the magic back to Manny. Tyler proving to be no hassle whatsoever in coming down there and getting things rolling again. Buddy, we certainly hope for nothing but the best for your fellows. Safe travels down there as well and back, and that your boys get out of this thing healthy. And just like we told Dennis, I sure hope that we're trying to reach you on Friday night to talk to a victorious head coach, man. Best of luck to you, Tyler.
Take care, Fletcher. Y'all have a great morning.
You too, buddy. 7:05 the time. We have wrapped up the early riser portion of our show. Rogers and I are suiting up for Manny this week. They don't know it yet, but I'm going to have to do Friday Football Frenzy live from the sideline, or maybe even in the huddle if Coach looks over there and sees the gun and says, hey, time to unleash that howitzer. He could throw that speedball by you. And now it's he can put that meatball on the plate and really drool now. Yeah. Things change a little bit over 40 years, Rod. Best of luck to Manny. Best of luck to North DeSoto. We're going to talk to that fellow John Sella here in about, 10 minutes from now. We got an SEC update on the way. Of course, we're in the Fuzzy's Taco Shop cleanup hour. We've got Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday on the way. More Skent-N-Dent coaches conversation. My gosh, what a fun day. It's Tuesday. Smiling's my favorite. And we're going to be right back. Get ready. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 54 minutes. Start preparing now. Thanks again to Sports World for your continued support. A Bo Harris Wealth Management SEC update is coming up next, right after this.
Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts. They've got the sunglasses. They got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenamemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square media station.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, our show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Facility care and more. Also, it's the cleanup hour presented by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's opens in 51 minutes. I hope you've downloaded the Fuzzy's Taco Shop app. It's easy. Get points, free stuff, discounts. I don't get it why you wouldn't want to jump all over that, buddy. And don't forget, they can do catering, too. They can do breakfast catering for you at your workplace. Got a big office party coming up, Christmas office party or whatever it may be. Did you know that Fuzzy's Taco Shop can cater a breakfast situation for you? Yeah, or lunch or dinner. Doesn't matter. Go to fuzzystacoshop.com or give them a call. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, 318-550-5639, 550-5639. Time now for an SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bringing you this SEC update. Continuing with the SEC football players of the week, special teams player, it's LSU place kicker Damian Ramos. Had 3 field goals, 50, 42, and 42 yards. And oh, by the way, he extended his school record for for field goals for 65 and his total points to 390. He is the all-time leading scorer. At LSU, he shares the honors with Tate Sandell, place kicker for Oklahoma. Redshirt junior made all three of his attempts from 25, 52, and 24 yards in both PATs to help Oklahoma get past Alabama 23-21. Offensive lineman of the week, Georgia's Monroe Freeling, graded out at 80% and had 5 knockdown blocks during the 35-10 dismantling of number 10 Texas. Taylor Wine of Oklahoma is the defensive lineman of the week. Redshirt sophomore logged 3 tackles, a sack which also caused a fumble, 2 quarterback hurries, and a blocked field goal in that Oklahoma win over Alabama. Freshman of the week is Cutter Boley, quarterback for Kentucky. He's won this a couple of times. He went 18 for 21, tossing the ball around for 236 yards with a score and no picks in Kentucky's 42 win over FCS's Tennessee Tech, who was ranked number 5 in FCS and was 10-0. As well as freshman Ty Redmond of Tennessee. True freshman cornerback for the Vols had 5 tackles, 1 PBU, and 1 pick in leading Tennessee's defense in a 42-9 win over New Mexico State. And that, my friends, is the remainder of your SEC Football Players of the Week, and that's your SEC Update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo says, and I believe this, if you've got these questions on your mind, or if these questions come up and you're like, wait a minute, yeah, I'm asking that question. I don't have an answer for it, or if I do, yes or no, it doesn't matter, but is the question pertinent to you? For instance, do you have enough money to retire? Are you ready to retire? Prepared to retire? Will you always be able to manage your investments? And are you ready to listen to the advice of a trusted professional financial advisor? If any of those questions ring true for you, now's the time to get in touch with Bo Harris. Bo Harris, a professional financial advisor, a friend you can trust. That's the essence of what Bo Harris Wealth Management is all about. 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Hey, look who showed up. It's Adam Hester. What's up there, Hester?
Yep.
How you doing?
Good.
Very good, very good. That's nice. OU Cares texts in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. We're all going to sell butter braids to pay Lane Kiffin. Come on, guys, pitch in. And Ernie says that if I suited up for Manny, I could help prepare the offense to learn how to tackle. Huh. That's just not, that ain't right, man. When we come back, Rogers, is there a finer fella than John Sella? Who grew up in Wella Wella, Washington, which is the Pawnee to the Eagleton of Walla Walla. Nowhere near Gullah Gullah Island.
Please stop.
Gullah Gullah. We'll be back with more of the show presented by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in just 46 minutes. I'm feeling fuzzy. Oh, I get fuzzy in my tummy thinking about Fuzzy's Taco Shop. I think that's why they call it Fuzzy's. Bubbles is fuzzy. And we'll be back with more of our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations with John Sella right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons, we know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot.
And we're back looking at another lopsided matchup, Jim. Today we have a combine taking on a train.
Yeah, that heavy train is about 1,000 times heavier than the combine. No competition there.
Right, especially given that it'll take at least a mile to stop that train.
That's 18 football fields.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
This message brought to you by Operation Lifesaver.
I'm Richard Fontenot, president of the Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation. While I'm a fourth-generation rice and soybean grower, you don't have to be a farmer to be a Louisiana Farm Bureau member. Membership has its benefits, from discounts on car seats, hotel rooms, and rental cars, to access the insurance you can count on to be there when you need, plus a whole lot more. We're 145,000 members strong, and we want you to join the Louisiana Farm Bureau family.
Visit lafarmbureau.org. The Louisiana Farm Bureau Federation, the voice of Louisiana agriculture.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, Adam Hester here. And we are a full-service provider, by the way. If you are experiencing any difficulty with some websites that you are typically visiting and they appear to be down, including X, ChatGPT, and all that good stuff, third-party security provider Cloudflare is having a worldwide problem, and therefore people are not able to get on any of the websites that are serviced by Cloudflare services, and that includes PFF, on3.com, and X this morning. So, a little word to the wise. You're not going crazy. You can't log on to some of this stuff. The Cleanup Hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. 7:17 is the time, so 43 minutes from now, Drew's going to be ready to handle your crew with breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and so much more. Let's hop on that Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, shall we? And say good morning to Loyola head coach John Sella as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. Skent-N-Dent Furniture and Appliances at 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Hey, Sella, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How's it going?
It's going good. How'd you spend your weekend?
I laid low during the weekend. People were asking, how are you enjoying your week off? And I said no, because, I'm spending the whole week trying to make a schedule for next year. And not a lot of teams are wanting to play us. And then so it's kind of stressful trying to fill all these weeks. And then the ones that do want to play us are all top 5A teams in the state. And at that point, might as well just join 5A.
Right.
So
Right.
it's been tough.
How many games do you have to fill, by the way?
6.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Hey, I did notice, and I know obviously the thing that's on the mind is the playoffs, but I did notice that some appeals were heard or were being heard this week for the LHSAA. Did the Loyola College Prep folks decide not to appeal the placement in Class 3A or not?
We're still appealing. I think a lot of those teams don't want to be in. They don't mind the classification they're in. They don't want to be in a district.
Okay.
I think they're complaining about which district they're in and wanting to change.
So that's the difference. All right. So are you guys going to try to appeal the thing? And if so, when's that supposed to take place?
I'm not sure. I need to get with our athletic director and principal. They've kind of been heading that up. Because, I know we still – just looking at filling all these games and then, in some of these games that we fill, we're going to have to travel. And so I think we're putting together, look, this is how much is for each sport. This is how much it's going to cost us. And it's just it's not sustainable. And nobody I don't know if we're going to be able to pull that off. But we'll see if we're hurt or not.
And I'm curious, Sella, because the last thing that any team, coach, faculty, whatever, wants to deal with is any distraction at any point during a football season. That's why we have joked around about Suzy Q and homecoming and all that mess. But when you get down to the brass tacks, now you're in the postseason. Now you're in the regional round of the postseason, and no one wants any distractions. And so having to be working on a schedule for next year, having to possibly be called into a meeting for this, that, and the other because of, hey, we need to find out about this for our placement and this for the appeal. In other words, you don't want this to take away from anything prepping for the task at hand, which is hosting a playoff game Friday night. Has that been easy to do, to not let anything kind of interfere with that, or not?
I wouldn't say easy. I'm very thankful at this point that I'm not the athletic director because some of these football coaches are the athletic director and the head football coach, and I don't know how they do it. Because then, I would be way more involved in the appeal and working with that and eligibility, and it would be a huge distraction to where because just scheduling last week was tough, and I'm still not done. And like you said, we're in the second round of the playoffs here, and I got to prepare for a playoff game against a tough team, and still trying to find some time to text some guys or email some people and reach out and try to find games. It's been tough.
So how did the Flyers spend the week as far as getting better in between the regular season finale, which was that impressive win over Northwood, and preparing for your first playoff game of the season?
I try to keep it as routine as we could, like do a normal Monday, a normal Tuesday practice as if we were preparing for somebody. Except we just went up against our defense instead of a specific one that we're going up against, since we didn't know who we were playing. And then really kind of in individual work, just got back down to basics. Because throughout the season, especially when you're winning games, you can kind of create some bad habits. And just kind of go through the motions. And so going back to the beginning, back to basics, longer individual sessions. And then Thursday just did as if we were preparing for a Friday and did like a normal walkthrough and try to keep it as routine as we could.
As far as prepping, we know that last week when we visited with David Franklin, he said they were indeed kind of looking ahead at Homer as a team they would most likely face, and that came very, very close to not being true. Homer did nip Franklin and make their way in, so that worked out for Haynesville. Dennis Dunn said they kind of did maybe look a little more at DeRitter than the other team they were facing in the bracket. As far as you're concerned, Bel Air pulled a seeding upset as the 18th seed, knocking off Patrick Taylor at Patrick Taylor or wherever the hell that is. So I'm kind of curious, did you guys prepare for both, neither, or either of those two schools?
Yeah, we tried to find film on both just to see, because they had similar records against similar opponents, it looked like. And, we weren't familiar with either team, and I don't know. Haynesville is probably pretty familiar with Homer, and I don't know about North Dakota and DeRitter, but I wasn't sure. We really weren't. And so, and even trying to find some film on both wherever we could, they kind of looked evenly matched. And so we really didn't know who we were going up against.
What does Bel Air do that, or what are they known for, I guess, now that you have seen some film on them, obviously?
Look on the film, their defensive ends are good. They're going to give us some trouble. Free safety is pretty athletic and comes downhill. And then every film that they sent us, they forced a turnover, and there are multiple turnovers. And then they also, like the last few games, they've had a defensive touchdown, including in the playoff game. That was a big defensive touchdown for them towards the end of the game. So you can't do that. So protecting the football is going to be big for us, and then keeping those defensive ends away from Bryce is going to be big.
I was going to say, how big is this game for your offensive tackles and tight ends?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big game just because it's been a long time since Loyola has gotten to the quarterfinals or even won a second-round playoff game. So it gets real now, and, no matter who comes at you at this point, it's playoff football, and everybody's going to be pretty good.
As far as Bel Air, are they what size school compared to Loyola?
I honestly didn't look at their enrollment. We're a small 3A team, so just about everybody's bigger than us in this bracket. And so I honestly didn't look at it.
Okay, just kind of curious. You've had some injuries. I know that a couple of fellows have been hurt for a while, and they were kind of pivotal to some of the things you did, the Gosley kid in the backfield and the secondary and everything, and as well as the Salmons kid along the line of scrimmage. Both suffered some injuries throughout the year. Any chance those boys are going to be back for the postseason or not?
Yeah, Gosley and Salmons are getting cleared, and so that'll be awesome to get those two back. That's big. Just got to find a way, use this week to try to find a way to get them back in to the routine or, in the rotation, because he still hadn't played football in a while. And so you got to get back in game shape and, just kind of finding a way to ease them in, hopefully, not have to just get thrown right back into the fire. But, get them back is huge because the guys who filled in for him have done a decent job, and so now you got a little bit more depth, and so that could be huge in the playoffs.
As far as what you guys do offensively, of course, has been extremely productive. Having a kid like Bryce at the trigger man, and then targets like Black and Walsworth and McKenzie, and of course Mason Drake in the backfield and all that good stuff. Is there anybody that has popped across Bel Air's schedule that does what you guys do offensively? In other words, are you guys going to present unique problems to them with your offense that they are not accustomed to?
Early in the season, they played, I think, West Feliciana, who does some similar things to us, and they had some trouble stopping it looked like, and so just judging by the final score. And so, I mean, hopefully, we have the same amount of success that West Feliciana did, just looking at the score.
Number 2 seed in the Select Division 2. We asked about it last week about how, if we had mentioned this to you before the season, I think you would have been ecstatic about the situation. In historical perspectives, last thing here for you, Sella, just trying to do what you're trying to do. Get a second-round playoff win, as you mentioned. Get to the quarterfinals. Practice on the week of Thanksgiving, which is I would assume every kid's goal and coach's goal, as a true sign of a fantastic year. The pressure can get great on these kids. They're still as accomplished as they've been this year. They're still teenage boys. Pressure's going to get to them. The tightness, the sphincter factor is going to certainly play a part as this thing gets closer and closer to Friday night at 7. How are you and the coaches trying to make this as normal as possible for the kids so that doesn't become an issue?
Yeah, I want them to be aware of how important it is and how big it could be, because it's been a long time since the Loyola team has done that. So to continue to kind of break records and put your name out there, to have some pride in that and be aware of that is big. And then I think just having this group of, 17 seniors that all contribute in different ways, I think just their maturity about it just trickles down. And I think the way they've handled everything, adversity and success, has been very mature, and I think that's been big. It's having that group of seniors that everybody kind of follows, and if the senior or if the head coach and the staff gets tight and the seniors get tight, well, then that's obviously going to trickle down, and just everybody's been kind of even keel, and I think that's been a big help.
I heard yesterday Mike Elko, who as much as I think that as much as I despise the Aggies, I think Elko's hell of a coach. And he said something yesterday during his press conference about being down 30-3. And he said, as the head coach, you've got to basically be the opposite of the emotion. Like whatever emotion the kids were going through in the A&M locker room and on the sideline, he had to counterbalance that with being smooth and steady and positive as opposed to panicky. And the same thing for if you get too cocky, then you got to be more conservative. Does that make sense? And, hearing that and knowing what's kind of out there and how big this game is, that as the head coach and as a coaching staff, y'all probably have to be a little bit on the opposite side of wherever it is that the kids are sometimes?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. And I've always been under the mindset of, don't get too high and don't get too low, because the kids see that they're not dumb, and so I try to. I don't think I realize I'm doing it, but yeah, if I go back and look back how I handled certain situations in certain games, I do. If the kids are down, then you got to be high energy and get them up. If they're tight, you got to be relaxed, and so I do think there's just a lot of truth to that, and I think the good coaches can just read body languages and kind of know and understand their players to where they can do that. I think the coaches who don't really know their players can't do that. And it's different styles, but I agree with Elko there that I can't get too high, I can't get too low, and you kind of match the opposite of what the players are doing. I think there is some truth to that.
I do too, and I've never really heard it put the way that he put it yesterday. I was like, dang it, that makes perfect sense. And it seems like that when you start kind of grinding on it, you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's kind of the way Saban was. Oh, wait a minute. Sometimes that's kind of the way Ryan Day is, and Lanning and those kind of Belichick, for Pete's sake. So Seemed like it makes sense to me. Those guys are pretty doggone successful doing it. And so far this year, the Loyola Flyers have been about as successful as any team in the state. One blemish in 10 weeks of regular season play, and it was a crazy, hard-fought 63-49 loss to the team that is the number 1 seed and undefeated in the non-select Division II. So District 1-4A is out there representing here in the regional round with a couple teams coming off byes. Loyola Flyers at Mesper Stadium should be an absolute incredible atmosphere. I cannot imagine any Loyola alumnus who is from this area or around this area is not going to pile their way in to the stands there and try to do whatever they can. They got the drum corps now over there. A lot of fun stuff happening with the Flyers. Sella, hope that the boys play hard for you, come out of this thing healthy, and the boys that are coming back healthy, I hope they get out there and play with reckless abandon, and best of luck to your boys on Friday night, buddy.
All right, thank you.
You bet. John Sella, head coach of the Loyola Flyers. You know, Sella hadn't done the thanking us yet for stuff. I'm not sure about the ham thing for him yet, Raj. HoneyBakeShreveport.com. Get your order in right now for Thanksgiving. Rogers, it's 9 days away.
I know.
Good gosh. Nancy making manicotti? Isn't that what she used to make for you?
I think that's Christmas too.
Christmas, okay. HoneyBakeShreveport.com. Whether it's that incredible succulent ham that is just the best ham in the land, or maybe it is some of that, oh my gosh, mouth-watering turkey, or it's the sides. Oh, they're sweet potatoes. Whew, buddy. They're au gratin potatoes. You know, they used to call me Old Sweet Tater back in the day. Can't even tell you that story on the air. We'll have to say that one for when we see it walk-on sometimes. HoneyBakeShreveport.com. Get that order in. Prepay online at HoneyBakeShreveport.com. Set up the day and time you're going to pick it up. By the way, if you pick it up Sunday or Monday, there's a discount. Early pickup. Huh? Some people are going to have their holiday on Wednesday or Thursday, you know, traditional Thanksgiving. Some people are going to do it on Friday. Some people have 2 of them. One family on Thursday, one family on Friday. I'm coming to all of them. That's right. If you got honey baked ham, I'm going to try to come to your house. I got nothing else to do. I got nowhere else to go. I'm smart. Don't you do it. HoneyBakeShreveport.com. What a great way to get this thing going. When we come back, we've got an LSU update, our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees and winner, and then we begin our Tech Tuesday with Sonny Cumbie, head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Hester's here. Hambone is here. And we're rocking and rolling. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opening in 27 minutes. You lucky sons of guns get to go to Fuzzy's, and we're stuck here. I'm happy for you. Back right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Are you familiar with Sports Cards of Louisiana, Shreveport Bossier's premier sports card and TCG store? That's right. Buy, sell, trade sports cards, Magic, and Pokemon. They're a Topps Direct MVP account, Topps Buyback Redemption Program, Play Pokemon store. They're a Fanatics Collect Direct Submission Shop, Games, Workshops, Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Paints and Supply, Magic the Gathering Friday every single week. They have Commander Night plus Pokemon Play on Sundays. At Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178. Long been a fan of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, the dynamic duo of dentistry, Adam and Jenna Cormier, i.e. Starburst, for the reason to send me to Cormier Family Dentistry. East Kings Highway across from Albertsons next to Drug Emporium. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time. One neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community Renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport Bossier better than ever before. Our weekly high school coaches conversations are brought to you by Skent-N-Dent, furniture and appliances. You can't see the dent. You can't see the scratch on so many of these products, but there's still a steep
discount on so many wonderful things at Skent-N-Dent. 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway, 318-869-2023. You may not see the dent, but you're going to see the savings at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you Coach's Conversations.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back to the Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour, brought to you by our friends at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, where the incredible potato, egg, and cheese, bacon, egg, and cheese, bacon, potato, egg, and cheese, chorizo, egg, and cheese, chorizo, bacon, egg, and cheese, tacos, and burritos are waiting for you 25 minutes from now. We had the bacon, egg, and cheese, right, Hester? Did ours have potato in it?
I don't remember.
I don't think it did. Yours didn't? Okay, mine didn't either, I don't think. Dude, I could handle bacon, egg, and cheese or bacon, potato, egg, and cheese. That was enormous. Oh, no. Breakfast whenever. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos at Fuzzy's Taco Shop starting at 8 o'clock this morning at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Call ahead, 318-550-5639, and download that Fuzzy's Taco Shop app. Time now for the LSU Update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. RiverCitiesLighting.com. They've got light fixtures for all over the house, inside, outside, you name it. Kevin Bryant and his crew can take care of it for you. Whether you're a custom home builder or a DIYer, they're the place to go. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery. Plus, they've got wallpaper and big-ass fans. Kim Mulkey, after the 101-71 win over Tulane last night in New Orleans. That's right, 5 wins now for the Tigers in 5 games. All 5 games, they've gone over 100 points. Flau'jae led the way, I believe, with 24 last night. Malaysia Fulwiley had 21. And Parkway alum Michaela Williams, I think, added 16. I'm doing that from memory. After the game, she addressed the reporter. She goes, let me see who made the drive over to New Orleans. Let's see. Who's here from Baton Rouge? 3? Y'all will always have my love, and I will give you first interviews. 4 of you. Okay, I see you there. She then panned to the webcam, according to the Advocate, and stared at the Zoom screen full of reporters who covered the game virtually. She said, I know y'all back home are trying to figure out if we're going to hire Lane Kiffin. Whoa, got to get the first news. I hate to tell you, Lane was at Gainesville yesterday. And so, indeed, he was in Gainesville on Sunday, or his family was, and allegedly his family was in Baton Rouge yesterday. Kim Mulkey staying on point. Always knows what the heck's happening there. Her ladies, though, 5-0, and I think they have the week off until they go off to the Virgin Islands for Thanksgiving week. And I think, I take that back. I think they've got one more game before they head off to USVI. Yeah, Alcorn this Thursday against at the PMAC. And then it's off to the Paradise Jam in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. They'll take on Marist in either Miami of Ohio or Washington State. So don't think they're going to be taking that loss anytime soon. Tigers 5-0.
Did you see where they've scored the most points in 25 years for the first game in women's basketball history?
Yep.
You can win a few games. You keep doing it.
If you put up 100 points, you're going to win a lot of games. And that's your LSU Update, brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, bringing bright ideas to people every day. Time now for your Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week nominees and winner. The Northwood Falcons gave it a go. Their season, unfortunately, came to an end, but John Sneed, who has been wrecking people on defense as well as offense, had 14 carries for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. Kyron Johnson, in the final game, 23 carries, 73 yards. Parkway Panthers got a nice win. The Dirty Red moves on. Caleb Williams was spectacular, 14 of 18, 184 yards, 2 touchdowns, 10 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown. Tony Gladney had 7 catches, 102 yards and a touchdown. Damian DeCaudical, 15 carries, 84 yards and a score. Mark Copenhaver on the defensive side of things, 4 solo tackles, 5 assists, 2 tackles for a loss, and 9 total tackles. What's the deal with... Yeah. Mansfield picked up a win as well. Jaden Hamilton, not Terrell Pegues, but Jaden Hamilton, the leading ground gainer for the Wolverines. He had 190 yards and 4 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Terrell Pegues added 149 yards for the Wolverines, who I believe are now 9-2, Esther. I think that's right. And for the Captain Shreve Gators, who put a mud stomping on in their opening game of the playoffs, Jackson Gaskin, 15 of 19, 303 yards, 4 touchdowns, also added 1 on the ground. Gabe Lockett ran for 197 yards and 3 touchdowns, and Caleb Law, Kendrick's little brother, 181 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. Those are your nominees for the Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers, when it comes to local, you know that not only are these fellows local, Trey Morris and Justin DeWitt, not only do they bring local to the table in everything they do in their pursuit to try to do as much as possible to help clients in this area out, but they also go to the mat and then some in taking care of endeavors, festivals, concerts, charitable endeavors. They support so many local things around here. Just check around and see how many other of these attorneys and law firms are doing as much in the community as you see Morris and DeWitt doing. You want to see somebody giving back to Shreveport-Bossier? Look no further than Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers. Online, morrisdewitt.com. That's DEWETT, morrisdewitt.com. Rogers, your round 1 of the postseason Player of the Week from Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers. Give it up for your quarterback of the Captain Shreve Gators, Jackson Action Gaskin. 15 of 19, 303 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a touchdown run. Nice effort, Jackson Gaskin, your Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers player of the week. When we come back, our Tech Tuesday lineup begins with Sonny Cumbie, head coach of the Bulldogs, all part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. That's coming up right after this. That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
Macy's just dropped tons of new Black Friday deals. And with more being added every week, you can save on everything you need for the holidays. Like festive dinnerware for 60% off, women's designer looks for 30 to 50% off, and men's suits, blazers, and more for 50 to 70% off. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 16 minutes. Breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos. And remember, is it Tuesday, Raj? That means $2.50 tacos all day long. And then, even for the premium tacos, oh, buddy, $3.50 for the premium tacos. Come on, get you some. Ground beef, shredded chicken, $2.50. Brisket, grilled chicken, grilled steak, carnitas, grilled veggies. How about $3.50, man?
It's all going on at Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, just off the industrial exit. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday. Spell Brothers Lumber, spellbroslumber.com, owned and operated by Louisiana Tech alum and Army veteran John Salmons. It's good old Sonny Cumbie. Hey, Sonny, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great, Tim. You know, there's only 52 Taco Tuesdays in the year, so you better make the most of it today.
Better make the most of it. No doubt about that. That I've never really thought about only 52 Taco Tuesdays, but wow. And now we're only down to like 7 or 8 left.
Not many left. Yeah, there's not many left. Yeah, I know it. We've made the most of it at the Cumbie household. Big Taco Tuesday fan. Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of a big everything fan, unfortunately, which is kind of a rough thing to do when you get to 60, Coach. Coach, just an absolute nightmare trip to Washington State. Injuries, just what could go wrong, went wrong. How quickly was this flushed out of the system for the Bulldogs, or is this one of those things that you want to see linger around so they remember it and hopefully learn from it and move in a big-time forward direction?
Well, I think that our guys have a lot of pride in their performance, and that's really what I challenged them with as far as, what you put on film. And, and that was not our best. That was the most frustrating thing about it for me and our coaching staff is you can take certain things, but if it's not your best, that was really so unsettling. And for whatever reason, we didn't play our best. And really, I think offensively, losing Evan, because I've said this, I think Evan really started the game with a great look in his eye. He had a great week of prep. He was throwing the ball really well. He had a couple of drops early on in the first quarter that really, stalled drives and hurt him. But I thought that he was handling himself really well. And then when he goes down, and he'll be out for, at least the next 2 weeks. And, then Trey's got to step up. And guys around him have got to be better also, and we've got to be smarter in offense. With the couple times we had the ball down in the red zone, we shot ourselves in the foot, one with Trey making a foolish penalty, and the next just a lack of communication on the interior of the offensive line. You got a chop block. And then, against a defense that as good as what they were, it's going to be hard to overcome those mistakes, and we weren't able to. And then, defensively, Wazoo had short field the first 2 touchdowns in the first half, and really the rest of the time our defense battled and did a nice job of keeping them out, except for, the last 2 drives of the game. And then, from a special team standpoint, the fake punt was something that we felt really good about just in terms of what they'd shown on film. And they were able to, for the first time all season long, in terms of dropping their guys out where they dropped them, but they were able to get a hand on it, on the pass. And then, I thought that, our punt cover team was going to be challenged, and they certainly were by Tony Freeman and their group and Wazoo, and they had a big return on us. But, the positive thing is, you had Peanut hit a 51-yard field goal, which that was good to see him bounce back and make that one right before halftime. And, and so hopefully for him, it's a confidence booster moving into these next 2 games that we have against Conference USA opponents. And so it's going to be an exciting home game at senior day, for our guys. We've got 16 guys playing their last game. I think there's 4 of them that have been here for the whole time. And then, there's another couple of them that have been here for about 3 to 4 years. So it'll be a big day for those guys. And we've got to have a great week of practice. I think that's one of the things that you can't just show up to practice. You have to have intent and purpose with what you do. And we'll get that started today.
Sonny Cumbie joining us here. And Sonny, when injuries are part of football, we understand that. But they also are legitimate and can certainly do some things to wreck a season. You lost not only the best defensive player you had on your roster, but maybe, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that Fields was the best defensive player in the conference. Lost him several games ago. And now you have lost 80% of your pass attempts are on the shelf with injuries. And that's tough to recover from. And I don't care whether you're a grown man coaching or if you're a 20-year-old kid who's on the offensive line or a 21-year-old linebacker. You understand that, holy moly, we've taken a dip in our talent level because the guys that have been the starters and have earned that right are on the shelf now. How does a coach deal with losing that kind of production? Again, best players on the team. How do you try to compensate for that in a short period of time and still maintain the fabric of the team of, no, guys, we've got this. It's going to be okay, when they're all thinking, it might not be okay, Coach?
Right. Yeah. No, that's a great question, and that's where at least this week on offense, you've got a week to prepare for it. In terms of all right, who's playing quarterback, the strengths, and then the game plan, and then also there's the known playmakers on offense like Clay Tevin, like Eli Finley. Marlon's got to be more consistent, but he's shown the ability to make plays, and then also Devin Gandy and Jalen Mickens. And so, how do we, with Clay, with Andrew Burnett, with our quarterback, put together a game plan that plays to their strengths with our offensive line staying intact, which I feel good about our offensive line, our ability to run the football, in our league. They've done a really good job as far as rushing offense. I think we're second in the league in running the ball. And so we have that ability within us, and we've already known and shown that. And so they've got to know that. And then we've got to put together a game plan where we're smart on offense, with the pieces that we have. And then I think that as we go through the week, we'll have a chance to do that. And it is. I mean, you lose Colby Fields. He's the best defensive player in our league. Mm-hmm. And then, when Baker went down, Baker was playing at a really, really high level and playing better and better each week. He was one of the top players in the league in terms of efficiency, in terms of passing. And, and then again, I thought with Evan's experience, him coming in and being able to give us a threat throwing the ball down the field. And now we'll have to do some different things as far as, trying to pump the ball down the field with moving the pocket and things like that with Trey. But, I know Coach Franklin and the offensive staff, they're creative and they'll come up with some good solutions, some good plans to give our kids the best opportunity to be successful on Saturday and use the talent that we do have.
Sonny Cumbie joining us. As far as who's behind Trey now, I know that Mason Welch, former Northwood Falcon, is on the roster there. So who kind of moves into that backup role heading into these next couple of games?
Yeah, Mason's done a great job for us, and has been just an incredible part of our team. And he'll probably be the third. We've got a guy from Oak Grove, Jackson Bradley, who came here in June and has gotten better and better. And throughout, I think it's exciting. From the standpoint of we do a lot of the developmental squad. We call it Devo squad work, and really Tuesday, Wednesday, post practice, we do different things to try to bank reps for those younger guys and guys that aren't playing. Really for this reason, and because that injuries are going to happen, and it's just a matter of what position it happens at, and so Jackson will be our backup. He'll have an opportunity to rep with the twos this week, and his progression since he's been here has been it's been big. Just from the standpoint of how he's applied himself, his ability to throw the ball down the field, his running ability. And I think he has, again, some of the things that, that don't always show up on film just in terms of, his intangibles. He's a tremendous leader. He's played, at a high level at Oak Grove for, his career snaps is 4 years probably worth of varsity football and then basketball and baseball. So he's been competing and winning at the biggest level in terms of Oak Grove and state championships. And I think has gotten his feet underneath him here. And so he'll be the backup. And then, we have some stuff, too, from a Wildcat standpoint to get, Clay and Andrew, behind center and to let those guys do some things in the run game as well.
Sonny Cumbie joining us again. It's the final home game of the season this Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock against Liberty. Of course, Louisiana Tech, one win away from becoming bowl eligible. They take on a Liberty squad that is sub 500 right now, but always dangerous, 4-6, 3-3 overall. And they wrap up the season on the road at Missouri State, which would be a tougher task if that's where you try to get that sixth win to become bowl eligible. Missouri State, 7-3 overall, 5-1 in the league. So how much of an emphasis, Sonny, is there on bowl eligibility and getting a postseason game? Is that tier one of the pyramid, or is that not even anything that's being discussed over in Ruston?
Oh no, we're talking about it, and our kids are aware of it, and they're aware of the possibility. You can finish the season at 8-5, and getting 8 wins and be a huge deal, And I think in I believe it's in the 50 years of bowl play, I guess, that Louisiana Tech has had. They've been to the bowl. They've won the bowl, I think, 14 times out of 50 years, and they've only won 8. And so you still have that opportunity to be the 9th team in the last 50 years to win a bowl game here at Louisiana Tech. And so that's very much on their minds. And we've made that aware, and they talk about it, and they want that. And so They remember the experience last year, albeit, how we got in. They remember the great experience we had at the Radiance Technologies Bowl, and they want to get back to something like that and to be able to continue the season with this group of guys that they enjoy being around each other. And they know that at the end of the day, we got to play really good. We got to play winning football. We got to practice this today and this week. And Liberty's a good football team, and their defense is right up there with our defense in terms of the type of defense they are. And so it'll be a huge challenge for us. But I think that as coaches, part of the you get in this profession, you kind of sometimes you question your own sanity, at times in terms of being in this profession, because I think some of the things like this week in terms of the challenge that you have ahead of you is really what kind of like it gets your fire going, and it's really what some of the things that really excites you about coaching is challenges. And typically when you get things straightened out, you get a bunch of coaches together and they can usually find solutions pretty quickly, just because that's what our job is. And so I'm excited about the opportunity. I'm excited about the challenge that on paper that it looks like in terms of your offense, the injuries, defense, the injuries, and being able to go out and play winning football.
We certainly hope that's the case as well. Sonny Cumbie and Louisiana Tech, of course, one of the multiple projections that Louisiana Tech, they are certainly on the radar of the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl again. And how cool would that be? We've looked at a couple of the matchups like, heck yeah, buddy, sign us up. Little Baylor Tech, we'll take that all day long. First things first, though, got to get that 6th win. And hopefully Sonny Cumbie and the fellas, the banged-up Bulldogs, are going to try to, as Rogers and I used to do, Coach, puke and rally. Got to get back out there, buddy. And so hopefully that's what the Dogs are getting ready to do, man. And let's get that 6th win, and then let's move on to the 7th win, and so on and so on. So, Coach, best of luck this Saturday. Look forward to visiting with you again next week as well.
No, I appreciate it, Tim. Looking forward to it, and that's our plan, is go out and get number 6 this week.
Sounds good to me, buddy. 2 o'clock kick in Ruston. Sonny Cumbie, thank you, sir. Our Tech Tuesday is sponsored by Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, just northeast of Bossier High, featuring Hot Shot Delivery Service. Hot Shot Delivery Service. They'll bring that lumber. They'll bring that door, those windows and more that you're looking for at your job site. They'll deliver it quickly and efficiently. And then they even add this little nuance. Who else does this, huh? That if any of that material you purchase from Spell Brothers Lumber is unused and undamaged when the job is over, just call Spell Brothers. They'll come pick it up and give you a store credit. That's what you call service. That's what you get with a local lumber company, and that is absolutely what you get with Spell Brothers Lumber. John Salmons, good dude, Tech alum, Army veteran, owner of Spell Brothers Lumber. You got a choice. You got a chance to support local. Do it. Do it. Do it. Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane in La Bossière City. When we come back, we get back into the power hour of our little radio endeavors, Raj. And by then, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, it's open. It's open. So that is a fantastic. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Breakfast, tacos, and burritos open. We've got SEC update. We've also got a visit with Matt Thorne from Louisiana Tech and more right after this. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Our show presented by Alsco as well. Thanks to Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. When it comes to your Silverado needs, they have got Silverado fever. And the only prescription is selling more Silverados. How about $7,000 off on select models? How about nice and low interest rates on select Silverado models? They had over 290 vehicles on the lot as of yesterday morning. Whoop, whoop. Make you a deal. Black Friday sales events going on not just next Friday, buddy. It's already underway at the number one Chevy dealership in the area, Chevyland. Among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in the country, Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. Time now for an SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris is a wonderful human being, and all he wants to do is help you come up with an investment game plan that satisfies your financial needs. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you this SEC update. In basketball action, we got your men's players of the week announced yesterday. Florida forward Thomas Huck, or Huff. Don't know now, and now that Tyler Shuck is kind of throwing it into, right? H-A-U-G-H. Would you say half? Because it spells laugh without an L. Is it laugh? Half? Hoff?
Just get through it, too.
6'9", 215-pound junior out of New Oxford, PA. Averaged 18.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, and wins over Flaw State and Miami as they won the Florida State Championship, basically. SEC Freshman of the Week, Tennessee forward Nate Ament. 6'10", 207-pounder from Manassas, Virginia. Posted 19 points, 9 boards, 5 assists, 2 steals against North Florida. The Osprey couldn't handle Tennessee forward Nate Ament. As far as the action on the court for the fellas, well, sure, there's action in the court. Yesterday, Georgia improved to 5-0 with an 87-57 win over Florida A&M. Missouri improved to 5-0 by trouncing Prairie View 91-73, and number 20 Tennessee is undefeated in 4 games after a 91-66 devouring of the Rice Owls. Today in the SEC, fun one at 5:30 on ESPN. Hester will probably tune into this one. Number 17 Michigan State against number 12 Kentucky in Madison Square Garden.
I can assure you I will not.
Radford and South Carolina at 6 o'clock. Montana and Texas A&M get together in College Station at 7 on the SEC app. Winthrop and Arkansas play in Fayetteville on the app at 7 o'clock as well. Arkansas ranked 21st in the land. Undefeated Ole Miss takes on Austin Peay. Let's go Peay at 7 o'clock. Also at 7, LSU and the PMAC puts their unbeaten record on the line against an 0-5 Alcorn State squad. Is that in the log, Raj? And you can listen here on 11:30 The Tiger. And at 8 o'clock tonight on the SEC Network, 3-1 Texas hosts 1-2 Ryder, who is led by Flash Burton.
I will also not know the outcome of that.
And that, my friends, is your SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. A reminder, Bo says, hey, if any of these questions sound like
something that's on your mind, now's the time to act on it. Do I have enough money to retire? Am I ready and prepared to retire? Will I be able to manage my investments? Am I ready to listen to the advice? If those questions trigger something in you, then it's time for professional advice from a friend you can trust. That is the essence of what Bo Harris Wealth Management is all about. Get in touch with Bo. It doesn't have to be $1 million deal. It doesn't have to be anything like that. Just get a plan going. Now's the time to do it. 318-670-3101, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris, WM.com, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Spell Brothers Lumber Tech Tuesday, we go to the other side of the athletic aisle in the Championship Resources Department, where on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, we are joined by Matt Thorne. Good morning, Matt. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Fletch. It's a great day here in Ruston and excited for what this day holds in front of me.
Well, very good. As far as what the Championship Resources Department is undergoing and planning today, what's a typical Tuesday, mid-November day for the Championship Resources Department in the Tech Athletic Office?
Sure, yeah. We've got our last home game on Saturday against Liberty at 2 o'clock, so a little bit of planning there, getting ready for our last home game. And then we've got a basketball game today that we kind of help with, and that's, I guess, at 11:30 today. We'll have over 3,000 screaming kids in the Thomas Assembly Center, so it's going to be a fun-filled day.
Well, I know where I will not be at 11 o'clock in the morning. I kid, exactly. You know, that's fun. How much fun is it on those school days like that where kids just get to go in there? And you know, Matt, because I've seen it already too many times watching college basketball this year, especially when there are kids in the stands, if there is ever a chance, if Louisiana Tech has 66 points and they're at the line, or if they have 65 points and they hit 67, those kids are going to go crazy. Get ready.
I didn't think about that until you just said it.
Yes.
So I'm going to have to pay attention because it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. And so in every time that I've seen 2 occasions already where there's been kid day at a basketball game, and the guy who was at the free throw line with 66 points, and both times they hit a free throw to get to 6-7, and the kids went nuts. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. There we go. So be prepared for that today in the Thomas Assembly Center. Obviously, as well, you've got the baseball first pitch dinner coming up soon. And that's the thing, Matt. Baseball is less than 100 days away from the season opener. And if you think about it, 95 days ago, 90 days ago or whatever, what are we looking at? October, September? We're on the cusp of football season. And so the days just keep ticking by. What is exactly that the baseball first pitch dinner presents as far as an opportunity to folks to kind of get in touch with baseball and find out a little bit more about the incredible program going on in Ruston?
Yeah, the date for that is January the 31st, and that's it's going to be in the Thomas Assembly Center, and we actually pack it out every year and we sell it out, just due to the interest of our baseball program. But it's a chance for any of our fans or anyone interested in Louisiana Tech baseball to, one, come and support. It is a fundraiser for the team, but also you get to meet all the players and mix and mingle with the coaches, and it's a great way to start off the baseball season. And as you know, there's always a lot of new faces in every sport now, and this is a chance for everyone to come by the Thomas Assembly Center in January, right before baseball season starts, to get an idea of what our baseball team is going to look like. And from what I have talked to Coach Burrows and his staff, we will have another very strong year.
Mm-hmm. It looks very promising for the Lane train to keep it on down the tracks. Also, the Richardson Family Plaza opening Saturday and the final home game for the Bulldogs at Joe Aye Stadium, commemorating Joe Aye and Maxie Lambright. What exactly goes into all this? Plus, I know that bricks will be available as well for alumni.
Yeah, we're going to have a ribbon cutting 10 o'clock. It's right next to the Davison Athletic Complex. And we're going to do a ribbon cutting for that Coach's Legacy Plaza. And it's to commemorate Coach Lambright and Coach Aye on all of their accomplishments. And they will forever have a statue right there by the corner of the football stadium. And yes, people are still able to purchase bricks to put down in that plaza. You will see, if you're there this weekend, you can walk through that plaza and you can see folks that have already purchased a brick, and those are down already. But there's still a lot more space for, if you want to be close to the football stadium and have your name around that area, we have plenty of inventory for people to still do that. So it's going to be a good day. It's to be able to do something like that for their accomplishments. And both families of both coaches will be there, so it'll be a special day.
Once again, Matt Thorne joining us here from the Louisiana Tech Championship Resources Department, working with Wally Crittenden and company over there. And Matt, kind of, as the college athletic landscape has changed so dramatically, not just in the last 25 years, but in the last 5 years. It's since the pandemic, it feels like that things have completely, altered what our sense of what an athletic department was responsible for and the things that they would have to do on a daily basis now with name, image, likeness, and transfer portals and so much going on in the world of sports. As far as what college athletic departments did a few years ago as to what now, when you splinter out and have things such as a championship resources department, how different is working in college athletics now compared to just, say, 5 years ago?
Yeah, and I could say this because I've been in about 8 years now, and I saw the change myself, and it's just very fast now. It was fast before, but now with the transfer portal, you're having to re-up every year essentially on all your rosters, and to be honest, there's never enough money, and if we could have a couple more $1 million, be great, but it still wouldn't be enough. It's just there's always wanting more, and we always need more support. So as long as I can keep doing my job and keep bringing in revenue, I think I've got some pretty good job security. But at the same time, it's all about impacting student athletes, and regardless of they're here for a year or 4 years, that's really the crux of what we do. And I think we need to try to hold on to that as long as we can. Because everything else is going to change, and it's going to be more transactional. But if we can keep it relationship-based and just know that we're impacting young people, that's the part that hasn't changed, is the impact on student-athletes and their lives. But you're right. It's very fast. It's changing by the day. Makes our jobs fun because there's always something new and something to overcome. But at the same time, you have to be grounded and know that you're doing it for the right reason. Otherwise, you're going to get burnt out.
He's Matt Thorne. He's in the Championship Resources Department over at Louisiana Tech. A big weekend this weekend with the Richardson Family Plaza ribbon cutting, Senior Day, final home game, a chance for Louisiana Tech to become bowl eligible. A whole lot going on, plus hoops today at 11:30 with a bunch of screaming kids. And look for that scoreboard to click to 6-7 and watch the place go wild. And, Matt, we expect you as well to go completely bonkers as well.
Yeah, I'll join them in.
Okay. I understand. Matt Thorne, thanks for hanging out with us here on Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Hope you have a fantastic day and a great Thanksgiving as well.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, buddy. Matt Thorne, Tech Tuesday, brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber. Spell Brothers Lumber, 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City, the home of Hotshot Delivery Service. Our show also brought to you by GBT, the great banking team. When it comes to your banking needs, I sure hope your bank treats you with the friendliness and the kindness and the helpful spirit that GBT treats all of us that are customers. All you got to do is go to GBT one time and you'll be hooked. Like, whoa, this is what a bank still does? Really? Customer service? No. Really? Yeah, they do. They're awesome. I love my bank. I do. Man, they're such good people. And I just cannot brag on them enough. And I am so happy to be with them. And I hope that you guys, if you're looking for a bank that you can absolutely be so happy with, come on over to GBT. The water's fine. 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Bird, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, East Texas, next to the Villaggio. We've got Cowboys on the brain. We got college football on the brain, and Lane Kiffin on the brain. Hester?
Whose brain?
Look at the big brain on
Raj. And we'll be back with the Brewer Home Center Power Hour continuing right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The roles of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about Summer Rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka, polka, polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality Home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
Have you ever been fan-fished? You would know if this has ever happened to you. For instance, you got a buddy that says, hey, come on over, man. We got the games on tonight. It's going to be awesome. And you get over to watch some NBA games at his place, and his setup is just absolute trashola. See, I thought he was a big hoops fan. It turns out that I was fan-fished. You ever done that? You show up, and it's a setup that is just not quite up to speed. So if you call yourself a sports fan, you really got to have Xfinity. Imagine the NBA all in one place, made easy. I find all my favorite games with the speed and ease of a seasoned pro, plus live score, stats, and odds with Xfinity FanView. So next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Xfinity, proud partner of the NBA. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. X1 box is required. You know, Roger, some people say I'm a ham.
Oh, a big old ham.
Oh, thank you, sir. When it comes to big old hams, you and I know there's really only one place to go.
Big old honey baked ham.
You got that right. Honey baked ham, whether it's July 4th, whether it's Labor Day, whether it's Thursday. I'll take a ham from Honey Baked Ham.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Roger Hampton, Adam Hester, 8:17 the time. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center. Yeah, indeed. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Taking care of your manufactured home needs like nobody's business. They've been doing it over 50 years. Donnie Brewer and Company. Donnie has, of course, expanded the manufactured home empire, but it all started 3830 East Texas, where the deals are still plentiful today at Brewer Quality Homes. Hester, the Lane Kiffin stuff, are you on the...
You got to fill me in. I really don't know.
Okay. Yeah, you were busy coaching yesterday. So Lane Kiffin's family was taken for a tour of Gainesville on Sunday and Baton Rouge on Monday, according to multiple reports. Ole Miss, according to Brett McMurphy, has told Lane Kiffin, look, if you're going to flirt, that's fine, but you got to tell us whether or not you're staying home with us and raising the kids by the Egg Bowl, or we don't know what else would be, but or else. You buying this as far as legit, or is this Lane Kiffin raising the rate for what Ole Miss is going to pay him? If you had to make a wager on this.
I don't know, man. It could be either one. Does this really happen, though?
Yeah, the Advocate reported that his family was on a tour of Baton Rouge, and
like who was leading the tour? You know, like
that's I don't know.
Was it just them driving around like themselves, or was it like
no? Probably not a good idea.
Or was it something like official though?
Another good question.
Like,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
If there's no LSU people with them, then it doesn't mean anything really. I mean, they're just. So if that's the case, if it's just the family driving around on their own or with like advice from people from the area.
Well, a plane from Baton Rouge was sent for them. A private jet picked them up in Oxford and brought them back to Baton Rouge. So somebody took them around. Okay. And so the whole thing is, we go back to what the governor said immediately after the firing that was not a firing, that I don't know if he's still unhired or unfired or what, but he wanted to kind of get back to bring the coaching salaries back under the circus tent with, incentive-based contracts and stuff. And there's no way you're going to do that with Lane Kiffin. And according to, I think it's Wilson Alexander who broke the story yesterday on The Advocate, that
LSU is zeroing in an effort to perhaps make Lane Kiffin the highest paid coach in college football, which means over $13.5 million, which is what Kirby Smart makes. So for a program that was just talking about how we don't want to waste money on coach contracts and big buyouts, to do a heel turn and go with, well, we'll pay the most money of anybody, seems kind of odd.
Why do you believe any of these people? Why do you believe anything that comes out of any of these people's mouth? There's no reason to. Anybody involved with coaching in college sports, especially football, or making the decisions on who's doing the hiring, like, there's no reason to believe any of them. They are all liars. Why would you have your family involved in this if you're Kiffin when you're in the middle of a playoff situation?
I don't get that. And that's apparently what's...
Because there's no trustworthiness in any of this.
No. You can imagine that there are Ole Miss folks who are not happy about this. According to message board geniuses and Ollie Reb, it's probably the last thing you guys want to see, but I don't think it's an insignificant tidbit. We all know that Layla's story about their first date being at a bowling alley, how active they've been at Premier Lanes over the years. Well, I have a buddy whose daughter is at Florida right now, and she said rumors are circulating that Layla and Knox were seen touring the bowling alley located inside the student union on their secret visit. This alley on campus is very close to the stadium and would be a quick stroll for Lane to meet the family for a quick game or two in between film study. Am I crazy for thinking this could play a significant factor in his decision?
This is the dumbest sport on earth. This is the dumbest sport with the dumbest followers on earth.
The bowling alley is going to make a difference.
Imagine believing that.
Somebody actually believed that. I mean, that wasn't like yada, 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 ha, 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 ha. This person went on to say that the student, my friend's buddy is a nursing student. They're like, not is she just a student, she's a nursing student. So that carries even more weight. Right?
No.
No? It does not.
No.
Well,
not just any student.
On OM Spirit, The Last Dance Gone Wrong and All for Rebs says, how does a coach just abandon a team making a playoff run for a team who has a losing record? And then Mohawk Rebel and says, why does Ben Affleck divorce Jennifer Garner to somebody else? And there are some things that just don't make sense.
Good Lord.
Oh, boy.
We're not supposed to be tracking flights in mid-November.
No, not especially for a team that's 10-1 with an Egg Bowl win away from being in the SEC championship, perhaps,
No.
and in the college football playoff.
Like, does Franklin coach Virginia Tech for the rest of the season?
No.
Like, how does this work?
Yeah.
Or is he just wait and come in at the end? Because I can't help you guys right now.
Does he dart in? Is he going to be like Dan Campbell and say, I'll be the offensive coordinator against who we playing again?
How many times in your life have you ever heard of a timeline like this?
Never.
It's never happened.
No.
Where you hire the guy who is going to be like your foundational transformational coach. Like, you made the big splash. You went and got the guy, and you did it November 17th or whatever.
Yep. With 2 and 3 games to play.
You guys take care of the rest of them. I'm not really interested in those. I'm going to go get another weekend down on the islands.
Somebody could hire Brian Kelly right now. UCLA could hire Brian Kelly right now.
They could. Who would know?
Coach Go 3185 said Knox Kiffin to U-High is real, with him enrolling after Thanksgiving break as an NIL offer was presented to the family that wasn't matched from a competing high school in the Baton Rouge area. Kiffin, Layla, Landry, Knox, and Sexton are currently at LSU looking over the contract, which should be finalized in the next 48 hours. With agreements in place, he wouldn't coach Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl or the playoff run. Keeping Baker and defensive staff is top priority for LSU in the agreement with a yearly salary of $13.5 million. We'll update once I get more information. Unless it falls apart last minute. Lane is our next head coach. I will put a band bet on it again.
Which school said this?
This is Coach Go 3185 on the LSU message boards.
Well, here I was.
Coach Go 3185 is a Bossier City guy.
I was just thinking it was some random dude.
No.
It's Coach Go.
And at 2:50 p.m. yesterday, updated, LSU is allowing Kiffin to make all staff changes with no promises for defensive staff. Sexton used Florida to get the extra pay bump from LSU as Lane was going to take the LSU deal all along. Ole Miss and LSU were the only real options, but within the last 24 hours, things really turned in Oxford with the demands to sign his extension or walk contract will be signed today, with Lane not leaving Baton Rouge until it's final. That was yesterday on the LSU message boards. Bengal Tiger says, holy blank. I know this is terrible quality, but a tall, maybe 6'3" man just got off the plane by himself in Baton Rouge. A 6'3" guy just got off a private plane. Hester.
Was work canceled today for these people? This is very much becoming like my thoughts on the portal and the signing day stuff. Just tell me who the coach is like in late July. Think about the amount of time that we spend on this, to where we got guys scouting folks out through low-quality photography lenses at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to dislike football, but boy, am I close.
Lane Kiffin himself tweeted out at 5:12 this morning.
Tim, you're one of these people. What did his tweet say, Tim?
Have the best Tuesday ever, anyone. Blue heart, red heart. I guess that's the Mississippi State flag.
He knows what he's doing.
Hashtag 10-1 at Ole Miss football.
So that means he wants to stay because 10-1 is us, not them.
And it's from his daily devotionals, day 223. How do you know what to do next? You ask yourself honestly what your 90-year-old self would advise you to do, what they would have wished you had done. You ask yourself honestly what you've sensed from the beginning, what you have ignored, what you have quieted and distracted yourself from.
Quieted?
You make two lists, the positives and the negatives, and you weigh them. And if there is one thing on the left that overpowers the dozen things on the right, then you trust that. You ask yourself, what path will make you more of the person that you're meant to be? That's from Lane Kiffin's tweet this morning. Whew. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, just knowing there are future doctors out there that think a bowling alley, clown shoes, and an 8-pound ball could determine where a coach goes is exactly why the vaccine was a hard pass. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Breaking Away says, just imagine the buyout. Well, the buyouts are not going to happen.
Nobody seems to care anymore.
No, we're not going to have to worry about that.
Buyouts.
No buyout.
Nobody just...
He's going to do it out of his own good. He's going to pay out of his own pocket to coach there is what I've heard.
We keep being told about how, people are covering these buyouts, right?
Yeah.
And no state money. It's all. When do we find out that tracts of land has been sold to Saudi Arabia within our own state?
Yep.
And it was just literally so they could fire football coaches. All of our mineral rights now belong to the sheik.
Yes.
Because we got to get rid of football coaches.
Got to get. Yeah, that's exactly right. These folks who have the oil and gas leases. Yeah, they used to call me. You're fired. But yeah, signing him up. Well, golly, geez, I got to get another $150,000 to state you.
I guess I'll sell 10% of my oil lease. But, Granddaddy, I thought that was going to come to us. What kind of 40 time you got, Marge?
If I was in that position,
if
I had the great ability to be able to be called upon to help in such scenarios.
The money, the resources to help,
yes.
okay.
If it would be like one of those movies where they come, they knock on the door because they're looking for another $100,000 for something, and then you just hear the sound of the shotgun loading in the background, and they're running away back to their car.
Get off my lawn.
100% correct. No, thank you. So you can, once again, not buy an offensive lineman. Yeah, sure. Let me give you more money for that.
Right. But, Daddy, I thought that was going to pay for my...
In my scenario, I still have no kids because I don't need to spend money on other people.
Oh, boy. High Maintenance says most men, at least smart ones, are going to heavily weigh what their wives want. I predict he'll end up in Gainesville. Gross.
Because of the bowling alley?
Because of the bowling alley. I predict that he's going to stay at Ole Miss. Call me nuts.
I don't know why he needs to leave there.
I don't either. You're 10-1, man, and you're one win away from guaranteeing you're in the playoffs.
Look, we've talked about how none of this is a guarantee, sure thing, slam dunk. Just because if he were to come to Baton Rouge doesn't mean they're going to win.
Nope.
But there are resources there. There are crazy alumni willing to give you more, right?
Yep.
If it's just to get a rate, that would be another thing I'd have. Like if I was one of these guys making the decisions. Oh, cool. You make, what does he make now? Do you have any idea?
Kiffin, I think, is at 9.8 or 10, something like that.
You make $9 million to live in Oxford, Mississippi. You really need to send your family on a jet so I can give you another 2?
Correct. My point exactly, Esther. That's the stuff that it just drives me nuts.
Tell you what, go ahead. Because we'll just take the 9 and we'll go get you from somewhere else.
Right.
Hey, North Texas guy.
Yeah.
You're the same guy.
Come on over.
Just without.
You're Lane Kiffin 10 years ago.
A few years back. All right.
Hey, Sumroll. You've been able to keep that whole train running in Tulane.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are a whole lot closer to being in the playoffs than we are. You're obviously a good coach. You're coaching with less talent. Come on over here. We'll give you $7.5 million. You're making what, 3?
How does that sound?
How's that sound? Exactly.
To live in Mississippi. It's not an expensive place.
No, it's not. And the thing is, you
want $2 million extra to stay here when you're already under contract, or would you like some additional funds to buy players?
Anybody who leaves a 10-1 playoff-bound team and can't stay away from the money that badly, I don't want them.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want them. It's like if you're dating someone or married to someone and they just keep shopping around for a replacement. You're like, why don't you just go ahead and go and leave me be?
Go ahead, just
cut
out the middleman here.
Right. You don't have to have my approval if you want to find somebody else. Knock yourself out. And so that's what I just don't get. Like, why?
It's just become so stupid.
Why are you looking?
It's become so stupid.
And if you're Lane Kiffin, if LSU calls and says, hey, we want to bring your family, I was like, no, dude, we've got an off week. I've got one game to win.
Yeah.
And I'm in the college football playoffs at Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. Do you know how much success Ole Miss has had in the postseason over the years? How many national titles they've won?
It's not an accomplished list.
It's not big. It's none in the modern era. 0.
Mm-hmm.
Probably since integration, they haven't won anything. What was their last one, like 60? Something like that?
Do they even have a real one?
I don't know if they have a real one. And you're that close? Get out of town, man. Right. No thanks. 8:34 the time. That was almost like an LSU update, Raj. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center.
They have.
Yeah, that was your LSU update brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City.
Claimed national championships. They have 0 legitimate national.
What's the last claimed one?
1962.
62. That's what I was thinking. Right.
That was the only one of these where they didn't have a loss or a tie, and these 3 claimed ones.
Right.
Everyone was in the Sugar Bowl that year, and 59, 60, and 62. None of them are legitimate.
1962. You know how old people are that were born in 1962? They're older than 62. They're 63. That's 63 years ago.
They've not won the SEC since the Kennedy administration.
They're 10-1. And you're checking out. Hey, good looking. I'll be back to pick you up later. River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, bringing you the LSU update. 3908 Shed Road, light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. We're in the Brewer Home Center Power Hour. Our show also brought to you by Bowman Asphalt. Ryan Bowman, Mr. Big. If you can walk on it, park on it, build on it, drive over it, Ryan Bowman and his crew can take care of it for you. Doggone it, they've had 4 generations of Bowmans. 56 years. No job too big, no job too small. By golly, if it's got to be paved, graded, asphalted, and concreted, please give Ryan Bowman a call, 742-8100, bowmanasphalt.biz. Back after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine 2 animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window. And when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. We've all seen the smiling face for Goodwill Industries, but do we know what Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana is actually doing in our community? Did you know they provide janitorial services, groundskeeping services, switchboard operators? They also have employees at state offices and libraries, at the federal courthouse, the VA, and the private sector as well, right here in Shreveport-Bossier. With accounting, payroll, HR, IT, maintenance, and so much more. Yeah, they've got the retail centers, and yeah, they've got 6 job centers, but they do so much. Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana. Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125. liveoak-environmental.com. liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Well, that's a different kind of.
What the? I have no idea what's going on behind me. I don't know what's happening. I'm afraid of what is going on behind me. What in the world is going on? What is going on behind me?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What? Okay, it's a little behind. Yep.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
There we go. All right. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The Gray Lady text in on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-489-7453. It follows, I thought Jacob's idea of him being on the selection committee would have been great. Who, Jacob? Yeah, I'd like to have Jacob on the selection committee. He wants it. Is he on there?
No, he wanted it, though. I don't think so.
he has gladly said he thinks they should be some athletes and former players. And another thing he's glad about, since we're talking about the Kiffin thing, is he and Matt were both very adamant about this next coach keeping as many defensive coaches as possible. From Kyle Williams to Corey Raymond, he said they need to keep this nucleus because the recruits that they have coming in fit the Kyle Williams defensive line body type, that he can coach them up better. They both were all in on, I hope the next coach at least keeps these core LSU people that have been here. They've recruited here. They've recruited these next classes that are coming in. I mean, they both were very adamant about whatever coach it is, please at least consider keeping these guys that the players already look up to and respect.
High Maintenance says in-state talent in Louisiana is far more superior, and he said it's not about money.
Guys.
Yeah, it's money.
It's about money.
Come on, guys.
Rafter B says, look at Lane's track record. He doesn't stay anywhere very long.
No, he doesn't. That's true.
318 morning. Lane is a good coach, but hiring him is like marrying the lady who is cheating on her husband, only a matter of time before she cheats on you. Yep. Well, you know, that's kind of that's what I was hinting at earlier, that if the person you're with is always looking for the next person, then why you want to be with that person, right? And so why you want to be with that coach who continues to do these type of things. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And going back to what you said, Raj, all right, let's say that if you're Verge Osbury, who supposedly is leading this search, if I'm interviewing Lane Kiffin, okay, I'm trying to imagine being either side of this. You're Lane Kiffin, you come in there and Verge says, hey, we want to pay you $13.6 million to be the highest paid coach in the country. Sounds great. But you got to keep all the defensive coaches. No, thank you.
No, that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Right. But if I'm Lane Kiffin and you're telling me you'll make me the highest paid coach, but you're going to keep all these coaches that are already on staff, even though, like you said, Rogers, and like that, you know, no one I trust more to love LSU than Jacob Hester. 1,000%. And I'll take his word over anybody's word with this stuff. But again, if I'm Lane Kiffin, I'm like, you're not going to tell me who to hire. No, I'm not going to do that. Why would you pay me $13.5 million and then tell me who I have to have on the staff? Right. And if you're having to tell a coach who has to stay on the staff, then are you really sold on the guy coming in to take over? It doesn't match up. But if you do blow out the guys on the staff, then what happens to the culture fit? You know, what happens to the high school coaches and their relationships with Frank, with Blake, with Kyle, with Corey? All those dudes have got great contacts and relationships with high school coaches. But, again, who's going to do that? So you're right. Somebody will. But if it's Lane Kiffin, I would be shocked if someone like Lane Kiffin does that.
Lane's not going to be told who's got a key.
Right. Some role, you might be able to get away with it. Yes. North Texas guy coming in, you might be able to say, hey, dude, we're going to hire you for $7.5 million a year. You're making $2 million. Right. We're giving you LSU, the keys of the kingdom, as opposed to NTS has SIFA less. So come on over here. That was our cheer back, Raj, when they would play Northeast. So you can come from Denton, Texas to Baton Rouge. You get all this. Look at the resources. Look at the football ops building. Look at the indoor. Look at the stadium club. We're going to pay you $7.5 million. And you're going to keep Blake Baker and Frank Wilson and Corey Raymond and Kyle Williams and the general manager and everything. Okay. Sure. 5 years at $7.5 million, right? That's what you said. So about $50 million total. How about we do that? How about 6 years, $50 million? I'll be your guy. Some of this is not making sense, Hester. And part of the stuff not making sense to me is Lane Kiffin flirting, allegedly, reportedly, while manning a 10-1 team. If that doesn't tell you something's wrong with college football, man. You could have done this, Lane Kiffin, without the private jet and your family being in Baton Rouge.
There's no reason to even do that.
As Roger said at 6 o'clock hour, you can go to Google.
There ain't much to see there anyway.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Touring Baton Rouge, you ain't touring the Louvre. It's Baton Rouge. It's crappy. It's a hellhole of a city with major road construction. Worst traffic in the state. Got some decent pockets. Most of it right around the college.
Mm-hmm.
So if you live here, hey, you never have to go anywhere. You can get to walk-ons. You can get to Canes.
Trapped at this prison.
You can get to the Chimes, and there you go. Raoul's, you're done. Oh, you want to live out there? Oh, buddy. I hope you're accounting for about a 1 hour and 30-minute commute from 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
It just
maybe get a helicopter.
That's it. Maybe if Gainesville's courting him with a bowling alley, LSU comes in with a P-row and says, you're going to live on the river. We're going to let you float up here because we all float down here in Red Stick. High Maintenance says, I'd like Kiffin, but if not him, I'd love to have Blake as the head coach. Oof. They've already said they want somebody with a head coaching experience, right, Raj? Isn't that something
that would be way down the list, I would imagine.
Yeah, because that's the reason why my dark horse candidate, Kelvin Shepard, isn't going to he's not being considered. He was on an early list by some folks, but not now. Cutler's mistake said if any coach agreed to keep present coordinators, they couldn't guarantee results. That's exactly right. How do you expect me to do okay if I'm hamstrung by what these guys? They're probably against me. They didn't get the job. There's a lot of reasons why you don't do that.
We sucked, and so I got to keep those guys.
Right.
Okay.
Okie dokie. It's just a complete and utter crap show. 8:46 the time.
I just can't. I cannot. I can't devote the amount of time to this.
Brewer Home Center. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Our show is also coming at you courtesy of Sports Cards of Louisiana. Always something happening in the local card shop world, whether it's the newest release from Topps, Fanatics, whether it's the newest release from Magic the Gathering, Pokemon Go, or Rolling Stone. Topps has Rolling Stone. We know they've got Topps Disney. We know they've got Topps Star Wars. Mm-hmm. There's so many things for collectors nowadays. It's not just baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. That's my interest. But, buddy, there's so much more to this hobby. And if you think that this is slowing down, again, last month, the third highest volume sales of trading cards ever. I think it was like over $600 million in sales last month in sports cards and trading cards. This hobby is blowing up, and we are so lucky to have Sports Cards of Louisiana just north of I-220 on North Market Street, a great card shop with so much as far as cards to purchase, consignment, individuals, vintage. They've got it all, plus the supplies to keep your card shop, your hobby cards, your personal collection safe and sound and locked up and secure and clean, all that fun stuff. Sports Cards of Louisiana, locally owned and operated right there in the Brookshire Shopping Center, just north of I-220, on the north side of Brookshire's, in the same brick building. Sports Cards of Louisiana. We'll be back right after this.
This holiday season, ride in style. Shreveport Limousine is offering an exclusive 2-hour Christmas lights tour in a luxury Lincoln. And right now, you can grab it for just $150. That's half off the regular price. Relax, sip cocoa, and enjoy the magic as your private chauffeur drives you through the most dazzling lights in town. But hurry, limited quantities available. Go to seizethedeal.com and purchase yours before they're gone. Seizethedeal.com. Holiday magic starts here.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Macy's just dropped tons of new Black Friday deals, and with more being added every week, you can save on top gifts now. Like exclusive beauty sets, 50% off. Men's and women's PJs, 40 to 60% off. Handbags, 40 to 50% off. Plus, diamonds, 60% off. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
At the rodeo, you got 8 seconds to see who's who. Now, AT&T, this ain't our first rodeo. We can spot a hustle from clear across the arena. Take T-Mobile. Well, they talk a big game and then get smacked with challenges for deceptive ads. AT&T's been steady in the saddle since 1876. When you compare, there's no comparison.
Based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with West commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T based on advertising challenges filed by competitors.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys. Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Home Center, Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Walk On Sports Bistro. Buddy, the games are always on, whether it's great college hoops, NBA action, NHL action, which is outstanding. If you saw the Red Wings Rangers brawl the other night, holy moly, if I'd have been a walk-on, I'd have been banging my mug on the table, I think. That's fun stuff. Football Thursday nights, of course. College football every night. The games just taste better at walk-ons. We had walk-ons Friday night. Had the buffalo chicken sandwich. And again, just the incredible taste. My gosh, it's so good. It was a 4-napkin sandwich for me, though. I mean, I get it all over me. All over the mustache, all over the beard, all over my face. I didn't care. I was like, go ahead. Mock me, Reuben. Reuben got the big old double bacon cheeseburger. He is consistent with it. Hester was coming in hot. He didn't have time to eat.
I didn't have time to eat.
But that buffalo chicken sandwich, I've been talking about it all week, and it certainly lived up to the expectation. Walk-ons on Airline Drive north of 220. Walk-ons in Shreveport. Don't forget walk-ons for lunch, man. If you're looking for just a place to pop in with your buddies or by yourself, catch some of the game, whatever, man. God, it's so good. Woo. Wildcat. High maintenance. This will bring in another mid-level coach that you hope excels. Sounds like a Louisiana thing to do. I mean, if you can hire Lane Kiffin, I say go for it. That's awesome.
All of this.
But it just
all of this.
It feels weird.
Is a roll of the dice. Kiffin's not any more a sure thing than the North Texas guy is. It doesn't always work the same way when you move places.
Hey, you know what, Hester? The Texas Tech Red Raiders hired a guy that was a high school coach for a long, long time.
Yep.
No chance he's going to have success at Texas Tech, though, is
Never.
it? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Are you telling me that 4 billionaires got together and said, by cracky, we're going to make this thing work? And they start funneling money in there, and all of a sudden they're a playoff team? Interesting.
Yeah.
It happens. Draco wants to know, what's the most valuable card you own? One that I can sell. No. I don't know. I got a Joe Brady. Good gosh. Joe Burrow, thinking of coaches. I got a Joe Burrow Gold Downtown. Numbered out of 9, which is his jersey number, Hester. It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. I've also got a couple of Josh Allens that are right nice as well.
You got those things in the safe?
They are safe.
Okay.
Yes. 8:54 the time. So what do we find out today about this coaching stuff? I mean, how does Lane Kiffin, the first time he's in front of media in Jackson or in Oxford, how does he reply to all this stuff? Yeah, my family went to Baton Rouge and Gainesville. So what? Do you guys not look for jobs while you have a job?
You're in the middle of a playoff run.
I'm not in the middle of a playoff run, Coach. I'm an accountant, you know. I don't know. And if this is just a ploy to make more money from Ole Miss, are you sure this is what you – okay.
They're kind of –
James Franklin hired at Virginia Tech, as you mentioned, Hester, so –
seriously, though, when does he start? How does this work?
Does he start moving into the office and I guess I'll share the office with you while you're still here?
I really don't know if they clarified that yesterday, but do you not go, all right, I'm going to start on this date, or I'll just handle recruiting,
right,
and let these other guys, let these guys, let them finish out the stretch, losers. Be tying that to my name.
High Maintenance says Lane is proven to excel in the SEC. Phil, it's a little more certain.
Okay.
Draco, Georgia hired a defensive coordinator, remember? To be their head coach, and it's worked out. Sure. That was also way before all this other stuff happened. We'll be back for our last timeout for our friends at Lafayette. Back right after this.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton, and Adam Hester here. Of course, we're wrapping up the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas at Bossier City. Thanks as well to our friends over at Ken, Chapin Toyota, ChapinToyota.com. Exit 617, just off I-20 in Marshall, Texas. Marshall, Texas is where you'll find Chapin Toyota. A great selection of used cars, low mileage, extra clean. They've got Fords, VWs, Hondas, Chevys, Nissans, Lexus, and Toyotas. Easy credit. You pick it out, they will work it out. It's what they do. Chapin Toyota. Not just used vehicles. No. They've got some beautiful, extra clean, extra real nice, Clark, used vehicles over at Ken Chapin Toyota. Exit 617, head north off I-20, 5015 East End Boulevard South in Marshall, Texas. ChapinToyota.com. For our friends in Lafayette, who, now, granted, I'd take a tour of Lafayette. I've been on a tour of Lafayette. Now, that's a town. Maybe Lane can live in Lafayette and then commute to Baton Rouge. Probably get there quicker. See you, Lafayette.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
We're in the happy hour now. Draco texted in on the Live Oak Environmental text line. How many SEC championships has Lane won? At Ole Miss and Tennessee?
Not.
Zero. But he was on the Alabama coaching staff when they went to the champ. They wanted. Oh, wait a minute. He was relieved of his duties during that run, wasn't he?
Not Alabama, right?
Didn't Saban take him off the staff right before the championship game? Am I just absolutely dreaming of that? Hold on. I thought Alabama dismisses Lane Kiffin. Why did Alabama fire Lane Kiffin? They dismissed him as their OC just 1 week before the national championship game in January 2017, citing distractions related to his new head coaching position at Florida Atlantic University.
I have zero memory of that occurring.
Yeah. It was described as a mutual agreement to focus on the team's preparation for the championship. So, he has been down this road before. And they'll be down this road again. Was the Whit Weeks, Lane Kiffin daughter, whole thing a psyops?
Who remembers that even happening? And that was
right.
That was like a month ago.
It was. And oh, by the way, Whit Weeks hasn't played since then.
He's going to be in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
Who has any idea?
No one has an idea.
Who has any clue?
Nope. No one knows. It is what it is. So,
Orange Bloods is back up and running because
okay.
it was involved in that thing earlier.
And I was going to let you bring that up. I don't think we brought it up on the air.
So Desmond Howard decided while he was taking his trash out yesterday to tell everybody, don't be surprised if Texas has an opening at the end of the season. Based off of really nothing, just kind of vibes. Only to be replied to by the athletic director of Texas. Well, that is news to me. Appreciate the insight. And so look, who knows what they throw on the wall to see what sticks? I mean, that's pretty much what all journalism is now.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Desmond Howard has been stealing money from ESPN for years. He provides nothing.
He's got a nice laugh.
He will occasionally say he does the thing they always do about let's bring up Alabama / Texas / Georgia so people will. There'll be some eyeballs, and people will be talking about it in the offseason. He's one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's doing it during the season. And so the replies now you have these fake insiders coming out on Orange Bloods who are doing basically the same thing that the Ole Miss or the LSU whatever you were reading.
Ole Miss in Florida, yes.
And then there's one thread where it's just like, all right, look, who do y'all want? Just who do you guys want? Like, what's going to happen here? Some people, are Sark fans. It's 50-50. There's a lot of people that aren't on here. But like this guy's like, you're going to fire the guy who's been to back-to-back, national semifinals.
That's what I didn't understand, Hester. Was he saying that Sark is going to get canned or that Sark is going to take another gig?
The words that he used was mutual parting of ways. That's what Desmond Howard said.
Okay, because I didn't watch the whole thing.
That makes no sense, though. Because they're not this year's not gone the way that this is also something. This year's not gone the way they wanted to. They're 7-3. It's not been the year that they wanted. However, they're 7-3.
Correct.
On the road, they lost to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
On the road, they lost to Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
On the road, in the swamp.
Correct.
Against a talented football team
that was playing their best game of their entire
season. They put it together for one game.
Yes.
Every week's a grind. So I was told.
You were told that.
And this is coming off the back of however many games they've won the last 2 years, 20-something. And why would that be a thing? Look, if he wants to go to the NFL, okay, I get that. If he wants that, sure. Why would there be a mutual parting of ways? Why would there or a firing in this scenario? I'm not like his biggest fan, but I don't hate him. Like I'm fine that he's the coach.
Mm-hmm.
But are we really why would they be discussing a firing or a parting of ways for a guy who is somewhere in the neighborhood of 29 wins in the last 3 years?
Makes no
sense.
sense.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If he wants to leave, okay, he wants to go to the NFL. But this, for Desmond Howard to come out and just do that, like there's no real validity, no sources, no backup. Just throw it out there.
I had not heard anything about Sarkisian leaving
Just
from anybody.
Just that Titans rumor from a few weeks ago that Rossini, again, just threw out on the wall to see what happens. She had no sources.
Right.
No one talks to her.
Right.
She just put it out there. And it was quickly like, no, that's – Sarkisian had to address it. And he's like, I can't believe I'm even having to do this kind of deal. Now, again, very hard to trust any of these people. You probably shouldn't.
Nope.
But there's no reason – Del Conte doesn't have to come out and say that's news to me either. Like, just let it be. For him to come out and do that, I don't know. Again, just tell me who the coach is.
From
just tell me later on who the coach is.
680 The Fan, which is
in every town.
Atlanta's #1 sports talk for over 30 years. Christ. Buck addresses a report claiming Lane Kiffin has already accepted the Florida job. Barrett Sally, isn't that how you say it? Sally questions whether Kiffin's family visiting LSU in Florida is simply a negotiation play or if Jimmy Sexton is just driving up his value. He also believes Kiffin will sign an extension with Ole Miss this week.
Jimmy Sexton is also the root of all evil.
Yep. Sally says Kiffin is playing 4D chess. He will stay at Ole Miss. Here's why. And he points to his interview. Okay, here's the other thing. So let's say that Gainesville or Baton Rouge does not lure Lane Kiffin in. What do you do now if you're an LSU and a Florida athletic director? If you've already put out there that you're flying in family to take a tour and that someone's putting out there that he's got an offer for $13.5 million a year to coach at LSU. That's not just pie in the sky numbers that some of these people are reporting that are, legitimate. What do you do next? If you're not getting the family getting the fly-in treatment, or you think, they don't want me as much as they wanted.
You are clearly down the pecking order, whoever you are.
So why do I want to go there again?
No, I mean,
I don't know.
It's
man.
still an attractive position to be in because now you can go and prove everybody wrong while you're getting a boatload of cash and access to better facilities and players and all that. Wait, a weekly meeting with the governor? What? Hold on. But no, I don't know anything anymore. I just don't feel like I know anything anymore. And I did not think I would miss the old playoff format. I did, or bowl format, or how players ended up at colleges in the first place. There's no wonder these guys retire or you want to get out.
Sure.
Who wants to have to do all this? There's already a head coaching hot board on the Texas site.
There's already a what?
Head coach hot board.
Oh, good gosh. Holy cow.
And then there's the guys that have been on the board for a long time that are just doing the fake thread titles because they know that A&M people are lurking on the board, but they don't pay for the site. Saban to Texas, heating up. And then you click on it, it's like, no, I have nothing. I have nothing that tells me this, but I know A&M people are looking, so
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. So, meanwhile, Arkansas is out here. Hey,
Yeah, right.
Hey, we're gonna send Lane Kiffin's family some smoked meat.
It's a nice peace offering.
Hey, Coach Summerall, here's a box of Razorback-shaped Tyson nuggets. Will you come up here? Draco says, oh, good gosh. No, he was not doing that. Chinese Bandit, Hester likes Drinkowitz. Sarkeesian has a low buyout if leaving for another job.
Say what again?
Hester likes Drinkowitz.
Oh, Jacob. Yeah, Jacob's the big Drinkowitz.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sarkeesian has a low buyout if he leaves for another job.
I don't even have a clue. I don't want to know what it is, actually.
I don't either.
I just don't want to know any more about this than I already have to know.
Draco says Nick loved coaching and this blank made him quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the greatest that ever did it.
There's something to be said for that. How many college basketball coaches have just said, nope?
Probably 10 that you can think of that were Hall of Fame type coaches that have hung it up in the last 5 years.
Not for me.
I'm done. Peace, my friends. Yeah. So the football scoop guys, what are they saying?
I don't know. I know.
Well, their first thing is Oklahoma Panhandle State, so I assume that there's nothing new on LSU.
We cover everybody. You got to pay for some of that stuff now, too.
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Well,
I don't think I will be.
You got to pay for the inside scoop.
Ashanti
Oh, wait.
doing that.
Maybe I have paid for it because it just popped up.
Oh, no. What happens at night when you're, like, tired and you're signing up for websites?
I have clicked on things that I wake up and I've got my phone in my hand. I'm like, what is that again?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Brian Kelly was fired atop the LSU program, the whisper within the profession was Nick Saban was the dream. Lane Kiffin might be the home run. The pursuit is real. The dollars are large. Will it come together? Friends, that's expected to play out the next few days, we are told. Sources tell Football Scoop that LSU's offer to Kiffin would top Kirby Smart's deal, currently the highest-paid college football coach. LSU's new AD, Verge Osbury, new president Wade Roos, and even the governor of the great state of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, are on board. The question is, will Lane leave Ole Miss to go to one of their more detested rivals? Moreover, Kiffin has emerged 2 different times as the top target in the Florida Gators search to replace Billy Napier. Sources told Football Scoop it's believed those 2 parties also spoke in recent weeks. Many in the profession do not expect Lane to make the move to LSU, as the bad blood doesn't feel like something Lane is into these days. We are told to expect clarity on Lane and LSU within the next few days, and the situation in Oxford has become nearly untenable. So if Nick politely declines and Lane ultimately declines, the question is, where does LSU turn next? Sources tell Football Scoop Osbury has had in-depth conversations with agents and coaches and feels quite good about a number of options. We take the rest of this conversation behind the paywall, as this is getting into a number of current head coaches.
Give us more of your money.
Exactly. And you click on it, it's going to say, we don't know what's going to happen.
No, it's the same names that have been thrown around in the whole
Yes,
thing.
sir, that's what we need to do. We need to have a hamster Fletch scoop.com. Our sources say for $5 you can go behind the paywall. We'll tell you.
In order for Rodgers to keep his job, he has to write 6 articles a day.
6 articles a day.
And post them. And post them to the
Rodgers is leaving the building.
What does this mean for Shreveport? Nothing at all, actually. Back to you, Jim. You can have your own app where you have news stories.
Mr. Smith,
what's the best meal at the fair? Find out in our app.
Every time Desmond Howard talks on Saturday morning, I get a little dumber.
For years he's been on that now.
Yeah.
20 years at least he's been on that now.
Draco says, don't forget, Lane doesn't give a squat about defense either. They do just try to do the outscore thing.
We've brought this up a few times, how the candidate pool seems very shallow, right? For these jobs that are already open. You've got LSU, you've got Florida, you've got Auburn that are all open. Who am I leaving out? Penn State hasn't hired the
Arkansas, Penn State
official guy, right? So
no. Arkansas, Penn State, Auburn, Florida, LSU,
look at you trying to sneak
UCLA.
Like, but just think about just if you just stop.
There was
at those,
another one, Raj, right? Did you say there were 7?
Well, Virginia Tech's full now. If you just stopped at those 4, LSU, Florida,
Oklahoma State,
right.
and UCLA.
If you just stopped at the 4,
yeah,
Penn State, Florida, LSU, and Auburn. If you just stopped at those 4,
sure,
and you're gonna move these people around that we're talking about into these places, it's still a shallow pool, and it still kind of sucks. And there's not a whole lot of excitement in these names, right? Lane Kiffin is kind of exciting to people.
Sure.
I don't know that there's a whole lot of it. Really, like, if Texas were to decide to jump in that pool, if they were, all right, something has to change. We didn't like how this. We're going to fire the coach. Golly, jeez. You're going to be happy with one of those guys? If you wanted to be involved in the Kiffin thing, you would literally have to do it now.
Right. Because if not, you're going to miss out. And so if you do this, aren't you also sending Arch Manning off somewhere else? Because
he's not going to come back.
He's not going to come back without Sark.
No. I mean, it would be a heck of a sales job.
His backup threw the game-winning pass anyway.
Against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
That's who we are now. You're now adding a mega fish to that pond of nothing, where there was nothing. Nobody wanted those people anywhere. Nobody's excited about those people.
It's almost like we need the Plinko board back again, guys. How about Lane Kiffin goes to Texas, Sark comes to LSU,
Okay.
Napier goes to Auburn, Brian Kelly goes to Florida.
The only way for this to make sense again, I don't think there's a stitch of truth to it unless he does want to go to the NFL. That's the only thing to me that makes any amount of sense.
Okay.
But if they were to move on from him, you almost have to go hire a Marcus Freeman type person. You have to. Otherwise, why did we do that kind of like what are the guy could still be 9-3, by the way. 10 if they win the bowl.
10 if they win a bowl game.
He could still win 10 games this year.
And will be one of the 3 favorites next year heading into the season. It's a given.
Yes.
A&M can win the national championship. Texas is still going to be.
That's correct. For better or for worse, that's how it works. Yeah,
That's
I don't love it either, but it is
what it is.
And that could still happen. 9-4 could still happen. 10-3 could still happen. He would win 30 games in 3 years. I cannot imagine a situation where the school moves on from him. It doesn't make any shred of sense. Especially Del Conte doesn't have a whole lot of missteps since he's been the AD there.
Mm-hmm.
I just cannot see that happening. He leaves for the NFL, sure, okay, that's what he wants to do. Or if it's one of those deals where the pressure of the job kind of thing, yeah, whatever. If he makes that decision, sure. It wouldn't make any sense whatsoever for the school to do that.
Yet, here we are.
Well, no, because Abbott's not involved in the coaching situation. So I don't.
Also true.
I don't feel this is not nearly as messed up as all that is.
No. And that's just the other thing. How much muddier can all of this get in Baton Rouge?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the craziness of that has not subsided yet either. Governor's just taking a breather right now.
Yep. And who knows? They might have met with the governor yesterday.
Can you imagine they brought him, hey, this is Lane Kiffin's family.
Whew. Oh, man. All right. Time now for an SEC update. And the SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. See you later, Hester. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. In women's shooty hoops last night, Alabama improved to 4-0 with a 66-43 win over Alabama A&M. Auburn is now 5-0 after squeaking past Georgia State, 69-65 at Auburn. LSU moved to 5-0, the 5th-ranked Tigers walloped Tulane 101-71. They outscored Tulane 33-10 in the first quarter, so they built up that 23-point lead over the next 3 quarters. They outscored Tulane by 7. So it was not easy over the final 3 quarters, but enough done at the beginning to make it a no-brainer. Flaw J. Johnson, 22 points to lead LSU. Former Parkway Panther Michaela Williams had 16. Today on the docket, Purdue and Kentucky, ranked 20th in the land, 5-0 Kentucky, and Lexington on the SEC Network at 6. The Salukis of Southern Illinois pay a visit to Kumo to visit the Missouri Tigers, who are 3-1. That game tips off at 6:30. And at 7 on the ESPN Plus app, 13th ranked Ole Miss, ranked 13th because they're 3-0. Pretty good. Christina Walla averaging almost 18 points a game and 8 rebounds for Ole Miss. And they travel to Memphis in the El Marone Fieldhouse to take on the 2-2 Memphis Tigers. And that's your SEC schedule for women's basketball today. Junior. Bo Harris Wealth Management has a series of questions here for you. If any of these ring true to you, then now's the time to set up an appointment with your trusted financial advisor. Do you ask yourself, or have you thought about the question, do I have enough money to retire? I do not. Am I ready to retire or prepared to retire? Nope. Will I always be able to manage my investments? I would like to be able to, yeah. But I don't know. Am I ready to listen to the advice of a true, trusted, professional financial advisor? Yes, I am. And by the way, Bo Harris would love to be that friend that you can trust. That's basically the essence of what Bo Harris brings to the table at Bo Harris Wealth Management. 318-670-3101, located at 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport, BoHarrisWM.com. Make that appointment. Just have a cup of coffee with Bo and see about where your financial game plan can jibe with maybe what he sees as a blueprint as well. 318-670-3101. Our show also brought to you by ChasingAces.golf. Chasing Aces, they've got something good cooking every single day at Chasing Aces, whether it's their long drive competition between local high school golf teams that are fundraisers for those schools. That's a fun thing. As a matter of fact, there's another one Thursday night. It's North DeSoto versus Airline in the Aces Cup. And the stakes get higher each week. 10% of all proceeds from 5 o'clock until close go directly back to the schools. Your bay booking, food, drinks, putting, it all helps raise money. So come on out, play, eat, and cheer and support your school at the easiest and most fun fundraiser ever. It's November 20th from 5 till close. Book your bay and support your school because North DeSoto's golf teams and Airlines golf teams are going to scrap with a long drive contest with a winner advancing in the Chasing Aces Cup. And you can go out there and support your schools if you're an Airline alum or parent or North DeSoto alum or parent Thursday night at Chasing Aces, North DeSoto versus Airline in the Aces Cup. Should be a blast. ChasingAces.golf, and we'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Hey, Louisiana, get ready to multiply your fun because the celebration starts with the new Multiplier family of games from the lottery. 5 ways to multiply your winnings, starting with 5 times the cash. Win up to $5,000. The fun continues with 10 times the cash. Win up to $20,000. Turn up the volume and play 20 times the cash. Win up to $100,000. And get ready for a cash blast with 50 times the cash. Win up to $200,000. And the ultimate prize, 100 times the cash. Top prize is a whopping $500,000. Multiply the fun, multiply the cash. Join the fun and play the Multiplier family of games from the lottery. Win up to $500,000. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Macy's just dropped tons of new Black Friday deals, and with more being added every week, you can save on top gifts now. Like exclusive beauty sets, 50% off. Men's and women's PJs, 40 to 60% off. Handbags, 40 to 50% off. Plus, diamonds, 60% off. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ROAD to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuveramine.medical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. 9:27. Happy hour. Speaking of, tell you what makes me happy is the idea of some Crown Royal chocolate daiquiris, chocolate eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. I can hardly even spit it out. I'm so, God, that sounds so good. See, I'm a big chocolate milkshake guy. I also like White Russians, and I love that kind of stuff. And so I love eggnog daiquiris. It's literally my favorite treat during the holiday season. And Daiquiri Express now not only has the eggnog daiquiris, but once again, Crown Royal chocolate eggnog daiquiris. You know what goes good with that, Raj? Honey baked ham. I know I've already mentioned the honeybakedshreveport.com, but Rogers, I'm telling you, for many years, Thanksgiving and Christmas is involved Daiquiri Express eggnog daiquiri and honey baked ham. It's amazing. It's the best.
And they're near each other on Uri Drive, so
They
you can
are.
make them all in
They can
one
make it all in
little
one
stretch.
fell swoop, dude.
That's it. Wow.
I'm telling you, you got family coming in
What are you doing
for
for
the
lunch
holidays.
today? Can we go make a little Uri Drive run?
If you've got family coming in for the holidays, go ahead and take care of the big stuff at honeybakedshreveport.com. Set up your day and time to pick up. And don't forget, there's a little bit of a bonus for you if you pick it up on Sunday and Monday of next week, a little discount. Check that out. Sign up for the emails from Honey Baked Shreveport as well. Lots of fun savings to go with that. But no matter when you pick it up, set your day and time to pick it up at the store, Southfield Shopping Center, Southfield and Uri. And then here's the deal. You're done. When it comes to the Thanksgiving meal and your portion of it, if it's a big family gathering, you're done with it. It's that easy. honeybakedshreveport.com. Bill and Cindy are awesome, and they do an incredible job with honey baked ham. The Johnson family, awesome. Do an incredible job at Daiquiri Express. Couple of texts here, Raj, before we get to our LSU update. Draco says, get Brandon Harris on. He should know about Sarkisian. Yeah. Cutler's mistake, 10-win coaches getting fired. I'm having Lovie Smith flashbacks. It never makes sense. No, it doesn't, buddy. Rafter B, if Lane had a season like he had last year, could he handle the heat in Baton Rouge? Yeah, once again, if you pay a guy $13.5 million to coach here and he goes 8-4, are you firing him the first year? Do you give him 3 years to get better? It is, Maybe you should have just held on to Coach O. You do. Time now for your LSU update. It's brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. River Cities Lighting has got you covered, buddy. No matter what area of the home that you're buying a light fixture for, and whether you're putting it in yourself, it's just one room, for Pete's sake. I know how to do this. Or you're having a professional come in and do it. Or if you're a custom home builder and you need a dozen lights for that home you're working on. River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery has been there for 13 years taking care of those light fixture needs, plus rug, wallpaper, and so much more. 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, bringing you this LSU update. All right, the LSU men's basketball team. They put up 96 points, 93 points, and 98 points in their first 3 games. That's the first time they've done that in the first 3 games since 1990-91. And that was Shaq and Dale Brown combining there in 1990 early out of the chute there, Raj. First 9 games, they scored 90 or more points. Of course, Shaq also averaged 27.5 points and 15 rebounds and 5 blocks. I don't think he's walking through that door, Raj. So far, LSU is winning by almost 30 points a game. In Baton Rouge, that's true. Suiting up to play, though, don't think so. So they've been off to a nice start. It's fun, and I hope that they do have success. The fellas trying to keep up with the ladies. Women are 5-0, the fellas 3-0, and they'll be taking on Alcorn State tonight. You can listen right here on 1130 The Tiger. It'll also be on the SEC Network app, streaming. Couple more games for the Tigers before Thanksgiving. Tonight versus Alcorn and Friday versus Omaha. And then it's off for Thanksgiving, but Friday after they will be taking on Drake in Niceville, Florida. And then on Saturday after Thanksgiving, either Georgia Tech or DePaul at the Emerald Coast Classic. And then at the beginning of December, it's the ACC SEC Challenge. And here we go. I mean, it's conference play is just around the corner. LSU basketball tonight, right here on the Tiger. And when we come back, we'll have Brad Laird joining us. Your LSU updates are brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. Chop Shop, taking care of business. Yeah, they've got smash burgers today. They've also got meat, chicken, poultry. That's the same thing. Pork. Ooh, they've got sausage. So much. They got giant all-beef hot dogs from local farms, including Sample Farms. The Sample family owns Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive, just off Line Avenue, next to Piermont Mall, where you'll find Rejuva Medical across from the Gucci Brookshires. Chop Shop is your place to go. I'm telling you, if you cook, if you're a burger fan, spaghetti fan, chili fan, chicken enchiladas, baked chicken, fried chicken, eggs, bacon, ham, what else? Sausages, Italian sausages, Rogers, they do it all. And it's all coming from local farms. Locally farm-raised beef, pork, chicken, eggs, and so much more at Chop Shop, including, don't forget, at lunch you can go there and grab you a smash burger today and get you a pint of chili while you're there, the chicken soup, or the dirty rice if they have it. Ooh, it's good stuff. Eat clean, live dirty. That's Sample Farms and Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. When we come back, We get back on our Skent-N-Dent coaches conversations, the final one of the day, with Natchitoches Central head coach Brad Laird, as we put the bow on a wonderful season that ended in heartbreaking fashion. Next, with Brad Laird right after this.
In the studio with our 11:30 The Tiger industry ace, Lynch's Lawn and Fence. I hear you've got something big to tell us about.
We're doing a $5,000 fence giveaway.
So who's eligible to win?
One lucky homeowner within 50 miles of our Bossier City office will win.
What do I have to do to register?
Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page to follow the instructions on how to win. Don't miss out on securing the yard of your dreams before the end of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to win this.
Well, actually, you can't win, Greg.
Well, wait, why not?
Well, because you work here.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Here's your chance to win a $5,000 fence. Visit the Lynch's Lawn and Fence Facebook page and follow the instructions on how to win. Hurry, the deadline to register is November 30th.
Learn more about this industry ace at lyncheslawnandfencellc.com.
Don't get caught with your fence down. You call, we come. God bless the USA.
Everyone's broken a phone, but not just anybody can fix one. Don't trust your phone to a fly-by-night shop. And don't try to fix it yourself. Let the experts at Batteries Plus keep you connected by replacing your screen, repairing your phone, or replacing the battery for you. Walk in anytime or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to 40% off, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances. Check out the newest LG refrigerator with new mini craft ice straight from the dispenser. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
I am so tired of renting. I want something that's mine, but it's too hard to buy a house.
You need to go to Brewer Home Center in Bossier. You don't have to own your own land to buy.
What if my credit's not great?
They work with lenders who work with all credit scores, as long as you have a steady income. Can be Social Security, disability, or from your job. They sent me a link to an easy application, and I had decisions in no time. Call them at 741-1222 or stop by 3830 East Texas in Bossier or visit brewerhomecenter.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome, 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 one and all. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton, 938, Happy Hour. Our show brought to you by Cormier Family Dentistry. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. 868-4072. Look, if you've got a dentist that you like, that's great. You know, I love my dentist. It's Adam Cormier and Jana Cormier, and they're incredible staff. And I can just tell you that if your dentist hasn't treated you the right way you want to be treated, then Cormier. If you're looking for a dentist new to town or it's been a while, Cormier. They really do take the anxiety out of going to the dentist. And I was one of those guys who used to get weirded out by it. Like, oh, I don't know, man. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt so bad. I don't want to go. Oh, man, little tiny baby teeth can't handle that stuff, man. The big old, I don't know about that. Oh, man, look out there. Cormier Family Dentistry takes that anxiety level and turns it all the way down. Check them out on East Kings Highway right there across from Albertsons between Drug Emporium and Egan's Nursery. Good people, super-duper nice staff, beautiful smiles coming out of Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Doggone it, for the last time of the stinking year, I thought we were going to have another date with Big Bad Brad, but oh boy. On the Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Hey, Brad, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, Fletch. How y'all doing this morning?
We're all right, man. I thought you guys had it. Just unbelievable. We had Alan Posh on with us as our correspondent when his son, Anson, is lining up for his first field goal attempt of his life. And he boots it through to give Natchitoches Central a 24-21 lead in overtime. And we were sure hoping that was going to be the winning points. Brad, can you take us through just everything that took place in the season-ending, gut-wrenching overtime loss to Terrebonne on the road?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's it's one of those. Right now, it's hard. At some point, you want to reflect on the many good things that this football team did. When you kind of live with that one, you kind of live with the way that game ended. But within that game, if you go back, you go back to the first half. You always wonder, Fletch, how is your team going to handle the trip? And just so many things are different on this type of trip. And that's number one. Number two, Natchitoches Central's only been in the playoffs one time in the last 10 years. This group has never been in the playoffs. Well, I say all that to say, we first possession, we take it 71 yards and score, go up 7-0. So that showed me there that, this team had a little something about them. And we battled back there the first half, and we scored with about 38 seconds left going into halftime, go up 21-14. And we take that lead, I guess, to kind of the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth. They scored with about 6 minutes to go in the game because there wasn't many possessions in the second half. You saw a lot of long drives, time-consuming drives, and they scored with about 6 minutes left to go in the game to tie it 21-21. And we go 3 and out. We force them to a 3 and out. We get the ball, and man, we rock it down there, convert a couple of fourth downs. And right there at the end of the game, it's, had an opportunity, to win it there at the end, didn't. Going to overtime, and I think you may have been listening to the overtime, but proud of these seniors, number one, 19 seniors that, this was their third head coach, and them to kind of set the standard of what Natchitoches Central football is going to be about moving forward. And I credit these guys and what they did and the resiliency that they showed over the 4 years that they were here.
Brad Laird joining us here once again, a 27-24 overtime loss to Terrebonne. And did they scored on like their first play of the, or was it? I'm trying to remember. I know it was like a little reverse or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, second play of overtime.
Yeah.
So we get the field goal first, and then they come and score the second play of overtime.
What was your message to the kids immediately after, Brad?
Well, number one, there's not a word I can say that's going to make this feel any better at this particular time. But I wanted them to know that because there's so many firsts that they accomplished in a while. And we talked about that, Tim, going in, when we played Benton, we were sitting at 5-4. And with that win, that gets us to 6 wins. Well, there's only been 4 teams in the last 23 years that have gotten to that win plateau. There's only been 1 team out of the last 23 years that has gotten to 7 wins. There's been only 1 team in the last 10 years that's gotten to the playoffs. Hadn't been a playoff win in 23 years. So there's so many things that this football team accomplished that I wanted them to know this particular moment does not define what they did. What they accomplished, what they meant to Natchitoches Central, what it meant to the community, Tim. I mean, I tell you, it amazed me, the community and the support that they showed last week, and they showed on Friday when these two buses pulled out about 11 o'clock down the Caravan. The crowd that was there, just a lot of support for these young men, and they earned every bit of the support. I'm proud of.
Brad, how many kids do you lose off this team that were regular contributors throughout the season?
Yeah, you got 19 seniors, and of course everybody looks at one position, and rightfully so.
Sure.
Owen Smith for 3 years, kind of where he took Natchitoches Central high school football, and he kind of put it on his back and accomplished a lot in 3 seasons he was here. So it ultimately starts there. But you look at guys like Kelton Howard, a running back that it's fun to watch guys as they continue to get better in high school sports once they find their role and excel at it. Kelton Howard is one of those. There's so many guys in this senior class that, maybe in the past didn't have that big of a role, but if you stick with sports in high school, there's going to be a role for you. And just to see guys that really stepped up, as senior Lamont Holder came over from basketball, at one of the receivers, offensive linemen. We lose a couple of those. Defensively, has been a mainstay in at defensive back for the last 3 seasons. So we lose a core group, but Tim, we've got a good core group coming back. I was really excited to see the progress we made at freshman and junior varsity. Those games are so important for those guys to get reps and get better, and they did. And we'll put 25 behind us and start working on 2026.
He is big, bad Brad Laird. They came so close to that first playoff win in 23 years. And, boy, just having Allen on with us when his kid was lining up, Hester and I were just looking at each other like, oh, please let this kid make it. Please let this kid make it.
That's awesome.
And
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Just the relief in Allen's voice, you could hear it. Was like, oh, boy. And I think he's a sophomore, right, or something like that?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we're talking about a young fella getting out there. And so good for him, and just and good for Owen, who's been such a significant contributor there in Natchitoches. In a district chock full of really good quarterbacks, he certainly held his own and then some every single week, man. He was a solid contributor all his 3 years. Fun stuff. Brad, looking forward to it again. It seemed like it just started, so I guess that means it won't be that long until we're talking again about another high school football season in Natchitoches, and that the floor has been raised in Natchitoches, and now that means the ceiling's going to have to be raised as well, man. So congrats, Brad, on bringing hope and delivering on it and some promise for those kids in Natchitoches, something to really strive for. And now it seems like it's actually doable with what you guys have there. So happy for you, buddy.
Thanks, Tim. I always appreciate what you all do for the high school sports, and also good luck to our teams in our district and the Shreveport-Bossier area that are playing Friday. Good luck to them.
Very good, man. Thanks, Brad. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I hate this kind of stuff, Raj. Now the end is near. Oh, boy. Blah. Oh, my legs are sweating. By the way, our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week, if you missed it at 7:30, it's Captain Shreve quarterback Jackson Action Gaskin, who sliced and diced the competition for the Captain Shreve Gators, a road trip down to Hammond. He turned those Hammond strawberries into puree. Yeah. 61-21 throttling on the road for the 20 seed. So they all right. Congratulations, Jackson Gaskin, quarterback for the Captain Shreve Gators, our current Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Player of the Week. When we come back, more text and anything else we can throw at you will do right after this.
Black Friday is happening now at the Home Depot, which means it's time to get your home ready for all your holiday moments and traditions.
Hi.
Hey. Right now, you can bring home holiday magic with our wide assortment of dazzling pre-lit trees under $99. Spend more time creating memories and less time assembling with Quick Connect technology that makes it easy to set up your new tree in a few clicks.
Wow.
Hurry in for Black Friday happening now at the Home Depot.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ROAD to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ROAD for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The presenting sponsor for the Tim Fletcher Show is Alsco. Uniform needs, tablecloths, napkins, you name it, with facility care from wet mops to floor mats to everything in between, plus the very important first aid services as well. Trust Alsco, 318-636-0404, alsco.com.
Hey, Eddie Kennison here. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, strength, energy, and performance are still important to me. That's why when I felt my strength slipping, I turned to Rejuvamine Medical. Check your testosterone today at rejuvenaminemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
If you enjoy Tech Tuesdays, you can thank Spell Brothers Lumber for bringing it to you every single week. Spell Brothers Lumber with Tech alum John Salmons at the helm, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier City. 318-747-1194. From lumber and hardware to window installation and so much more, your local lumber folks at Spell Brothers Lumber are here to guide you through the process. 318-747-1194. SpellBrosLumber.com.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
When is the last time you literally heard someone say, man, there's nothing like this place, and thought, I bet there's something like this place. Dude, there's nothing like Chasing Aces at all. From the home run dugout to the putting zone to the driving base and the par 3, they've got something for everybody. ChasingAces.golf.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
The Hill brothers over at Skent-N-Dent are huge Mudbugs fans. They're huge football fans. They're basically fans of Shreveport-Bossier, and you know who's a fan of theirs? Shreveport-Bossier. It works both ways. Skent-N-Dent, up to 50% off on appliances, furnishings. Okay, it's got a little scratch. Can you see it? A little dent? I don't see it. Why would you care? Just collect the savings and enjoy Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport-Barksdale Highway.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey, what's going on? Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. Hester's already departed. Another fantastic movie, Rogers. You know. So yeah, I got that. That's pretty cool. Happy hour. Cruising through. Thanks again to our friends over at Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Chevyland. Buddy, I don't know exactly what your needs are. Is it something cool and spiffy to zip around town? They got it for you. They got it. Tell you right now, Rogers. Looking for a little traverse around the roads. $4,000 off Misrip. Got 2 remaining. Black Friday all month long. Made it Black Friday all month long. 26 Equinox. 0% financing, Rogers. That's the best financing you can get. All month long. And oh my. A brand new 2025 Chevy Silverado. They've got a couple of these. $9,750 in total savings. 2.9% financing on select new 2026 Silverados all month long. That's 2.9% financing for 72 months with approved credit. At Chevyland, there are now 295 vehicles in stock today. Go see Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, and our friend Bubba Winningham and the entire crew at the #1 Chevy dealership in the area. Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive, Chevyland.com. Hambone, Draco wants to know, where did this year go?
Oh, we're saying that every month, how fast it's gotten.
Just want to know why there's an S on the end of his first name. Never heard of that. Never met anyone before like that.
There's 2 of him.
Why is there 2 of him? He's so small. Why is there 2 of him?
Golden T says, funny thing will be after all the coaching dominoes fall, if LSU ends up with a name no one is excited about, and the fans start saying we should have just kept Brian Kelly and saved the money. Kiffin may go to Florida, but I don't see any way he goes to Baton Rouge. I still hope he's leading them all on and recruiting their players and stays in Oxford. I'm sure you do, Golden T, and I'm sure if I were an Ole Miss fan, I'd want it too, but it is just a weird, weird deal. Thanks again to Skent-N-Dent for our coaches' conversations today. Skent-N-Dent's open for business here in 2 minutes at 814 Shreveport Barksdale. Their big, beautiful, bright showroom with beautiful appliances and furniture that may have a nick, may have a bit of a scratch, but you're going to save up to 50% off, and you get the full warranty with it as well. Don't forget, they also deliver and install at Skent-N-Dent. Thanks to Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, Cormier Family Dentistry, Chop Shop, your local butcher shop at 724 Azalea Drive with local farm-raised products. Spell Brothers Lumber bringing you Tech Tuesday today. Bo Harris Wealth Management, Alsco, our presenting sponsor, and Alsco.com. Bailey's Jewelers, Sports World, AccuTemp, Honey Baked Ham, Live Oak Environmental, Brewer Home Center, Mudbugs Hockey, GBT, the Great Banking Team, Chevyland, Bowman Asphalt, Walk-On Sports Bistro, Shapen Toyota, River Cities Lighting, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, $2.50 tacos today, $3.50 for premium tacos. Chasing Aces, don't forget the big airline versus, who was it? Glenbrook this weekend on the Long Drive Competition, Morris Inuit Injury Lawyers, Rejuvenate Medical, Porter's Cleaners, Daiquiri Express, and Shapen Toyota. Thank you all for your continued support. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, Bash 1284, rest in peace. Casey Hobbick, rest in peace as well. It's North DeSoto versus Airline. That's what it is. North DeSoto Airline. Roger, what do you got going today? Of course. Have a great Tuesday, everybody. We'll check you tomorrow on the flip side.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for